bedroom shadows, cloaked and haunting me, cold hand touching me, fear overwhelming me, tapping at my window. I can't bear to open my eyes, a breath on my neck, floating apparitions everywhere. Go to sleep with the light on, I wake up paralyzed. Ghostly apparition hovering over me, asking what it wants to know. I'm shaking now, it calls out my name, cloaked and haunting me, cold hand touching me, fear overwhelming me, tapping at my window. I can't bear to open my eyes, a breath on my neck, floating apparitions everywhere. Go to sleep with the light on, I wake up paralyzed.
A dreaded flag, a vengeful sea. Be careful what you say. There's always someone listening. The Dutchman tossed on the sea. I swore and the devil heard me. Now we're doomed to sail the seven seas for eternity. So yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow, the line forever we must tow. We sail through them, cursed and condemned. Yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow. A sinister grin across his face said, you'll be doomed to this place. The devil heard my oath, shame of my boast. Oh, a ghostly ship from the depths, freedom from fear is the only gift of death. Yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow, the line forever we must tow. We sail through them, cursed and condemned. Yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow. If you cast your eyes, you'll join us like those before. We're an omen of the ocean night. When you see the flying Dutchman, it's too late for your soul. To the waters we gave now our breath. Yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow, the line forever we must tow. We sail through them, cursed and condemned. Yo-ho, let the ocean
All right, welcome everybody to Paranormal Roundtable. I'm your host, Josh Turner, one of your hosts. The other two are sitting across from me. I guess they're still doing things. Welcome to PRT. So tonight, I got in a little bit late like we did last night. I mean, we've been busting our butts doing a lot of stuff. We're trying to get things done. We got a lot going on. We had a meeting today about this move that we're making. And my back is killing me. Like, I am not joking. My back is dogging me out, dude. It is hurting bad. So, I'm trying to not grimace. All right. Who do we got here? All right.
Gotta put the earbuds in.
Yep. Hopefully I can hear myself when I talk.
Should be able to hear yourself.
Hope everybody enjoyed last night's show. I got to say a little bit of something about that. Everybody that messaged me and said something to me, most of it was positive. I had a couple people say, I really enjoyed the show, but it wasn't all paranormal. I said, no, it wasn't. And Friday
show is just kind of a hangout.
It's a hangout show, really, what it is. And we do some talking about paranormal. We did a bunch of history last night.
Yeah.
And some people, they don't like history. So, unfortunately, I'm sorry. Because one person, she said, I don't really care for history. And I'm like, well.
I don't know. I mean, you were talking about the hot gates. That's probably one of the best parts of history, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, and, the hot gates, that's one of the gates to hell.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's probably why so many people have died on that highway. And of course, there's been these 3 major battles that took place there that literally decided the fate of Greece 3 different times,
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people didn't realize that the Gauls had actually invaded Greece in 279 BC. They didn't know that. So,
Wasn't there another either invasion or attempted invasion by the Turks, or I guess the Ottomans?
well, there were several the battles that were fought. The Greeks fought the Turks big time.
Mm-hmm.
Because there was a war fought for their independence. The Greek Revolution or Greek War for Independence was in 1821. Well, it began in 1821. I read a whole book about that. But ultimately, they won their independence because they were assisted by different countries. Russia, for instance. Does anybody know what Russia has in common with Greece?
Constant invasions?
No. Well, besides
That's
that,
most of
they're both Orthodox Christian.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the 2 biggest
Byzantium. It took
Orthodox
hold
churches.
It took hold in Russia.
Mm-hmm.
Because Byzantium, a lot of people don't realize that the Eastern Roman Empire was really Greek. It was the Greek version of it.
Yeah.
And that's why what the Hellenism that spread throughout Asia Minor, entering through Asia Minor, was Christianity that was spread because of the Greek language, because a lot of the New Testament was written in ancient Greek. And so they already had a grasp on it. So a lot of Christianity spread throughout the Middle East, through the Levant. And Christianity was quite large prior to the it was bigger than because Islam stole a lot of the numbers after 600, because they spread, and Islam was spread by the sword,
Wasn't a lot of the Islamic conquest like after Muhammad was already dead?
Mm-hmm. Give me 1 second, folks, and we'll bring on our first. We have a couple of guests coming on here. If you're waiting in the queue to talk to us, just hang on, and you might wait for a minute because we'll have one first come first served, basically.
If we're not with you in 5 minutes, wait longer.
So we talked about that last night. It was basically the Battle of Thermopylae, and
Oh, I gotta change the setting on the stream.
really weird. Some of the things that happen at Thermopylae. It's no longer what it once was. You don't realize. A lot of people don't realize that it is haunted. The area is very haunted, and a lot of people have died on the highway there. They did build like a monument to, the Greeks winning their victory over the Persians. If you look at history, if you look at it like the major players, it's the same people over and over again. It's like it's the Romans / Italians, the Greeks, the Persians, and the Turks / Ottomans. I mean, it's them all fighting each other over and over and over and over and over again.
Yeah,
like
And
forever.
little minor battles, like, Hungary, but
And then there's little other little, empires and things that rose and fall, and but they were all.
yeah.
I mean, they were all literally under this. They fell under one of those four groups, literally, like Byzantium, which is like Greek.
yeah.
It's the Greek version of the Roman Empire. And then, people have posed the question of when it comes to the Roman Empire, like, yes, they conquered the Greeks, but who really won? Because Roman culture was just like revamping Greek culture, Greek society.
Yeah.
It was like Greece 2.0.
Yeah, because even the Romans claimed their heritage as the Trojans, right? So if you looked at it as playing the long game, you would be looking at like the Greeks, like the Romans. The Greeks defeated the Trojans, but then, of course, the Romans became the Trojans, supposedly through Aeneas, became the Romans who conquered the Greeks. And then the Greeks outlasted the Romans because the Roman Empire was gone. Romulus, the last emperor, was dismissed, about 400 or 500 years before the fall of Byzantium. So, if you look at like Constantinople and how long it lasted, but then you had the Turks that came and they defeated them, and it was really weird because the Turks were not a united group. There was no Turkey. It was just Asia Minor. And of course, the Persians and the Greeks both colonized it at one time, back and forth, and then they fought back and forth, and then eventually Byzantium fell to Islam, and they claimed it as a victory for Islam, because it was it was the capital of Christianity at that time. So when it fell, it was a great victory. But what was so funny about that, it's kind of like in boxing. Let me introduce Jacob real quick. Hey, Jacob, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Good. Just talking a little history real quick, letting the chat fill up. If you look at it like this, you have this super heavyweight boxer, like the Ottomans, who kick everybody's ass. But then this small group of I mean, really and truly, this is my dad's people. Like, who the hell were they? The Cossacks. They were just like, they're a genetic anomaly in that region. They're Northern Europeans that settled amongst the Slavs. And the word Slav literally comes from the fact that those people in the Balkans were just enslaved by the Turks, by the Ottomans. So many, in fact, that it became known as, land of the slaves, land of the Slavs. But the Cossacks settled in that region. They fought the Rus. They defeated they annihilated a couple of tribes like the Tartars that don't even exist anymore. I don't care what people say. They mud flood my ass, whatever. The Cossacks defeated them. They were a tribe. They were the remnants of Tamerlane's people, and he was a Muslim conqueror. The Tartars were basically the Muslim version of the Cossacks, and the Cossacks then fought back and forth. Eventually, the Tartars were swept from history because the Cossacks defeated them. And then the Cossacks sacked Istanbul, which was Constantinople. So it was funny. I was arguing with someone the other day. They were like, he's a friend of mine. He's Turkish, and I have several Turkish friends, and he was disagreeing. He says, Turkey has never fallen. I was like, well, you were defeated in World War I, and the Ottoman Empire was taken apart piece by piece. They like to say that, and then they're like, Islam never had slaves. The Fulani sold slaves to the Sephardic Jewish people, and they sold them to the New World.
They're like some of the biggest slavers ever.
Yeah. And then they brought them to the New World, the Dutch Ashkenazi, and then the Sephardic Spaniard and Portuguese, or Spanish Portuguese. They sold them to South America, and the Dutch sold them to the English and the New World, the Anglos. Mm-hmm. And so the slave trade was very much propped up by that. And it happened under the Turks' rule. They conquered all of the Levant pretty much at one point. And here's this huge, mighty power. They defeated the Persians, and so they were like the premier power. They had taken over Greece. They not only defeated the Greeks in Byzantium, they also defeated them in the mainland of Greece. And so here is this upstart group of barbarians that literally just killed them at will, and the Turks could do nothing about it. If the Cossacks had any kind of like structure, or any desire to have structure, they probably could have conquered most of the world. I mean, they were unconquerable. Nobody, Ivan the Terrible even told, the Sultan, he was like, the Sultan goes to him and tells him, Mehmed, he says, what do we do about these people? He goes, I don't know. What do we do about them? There's nothing that can be done about them. They defeat any army is sent against them, and they fade into the darkness. What are we supposed to do?
Yeah.
And they were the worst plague since Vlad. I mean, they killed more Turks than Vlad. I mean, They were unbelievable. They sacked Russian cities. They sacked Ukrainian cities, and they sacked Ottoman cities at will. If they rode into a city, they sacked Warsaw. And the capital, Poland was no punk back then.
No.
Poland, the Hussars, and they defeated the Hussars in open battle. They were the only ones that had ever unseated them. So, I mean, they never lost. Until after World War II, the communists managed to defeat them, because they were, decimated for about 80% of them fought for the Reich. And then after that was it. They were destroyed.
Yeah.
And enslaved and turned into, workers, for the Russian Empire. But that was it. I mean, when they sacked Istanbul, which was once Constantinople, it was basically them tit for tat, Christianity punching Islam in the nose. And they took all of the harem, and not only that, but they took a lot of the Sultan's children as hostage. And they ended up getting like tons and tons of gold.
They were big on humiliation.
Yeah, they ransomed his children, and it was a big thing, and they did all kinds of blasphemous things, to his palace, like defecated in it, and did all kinds of, and they couldn't do anything to him. I mean, they burned the Quran just out of spite. I mean, it was humiliation. They made the people of Istanbul, gather around and watch them burn their Quran. You know what I mean? And then they set the palace ablaze, and they called, the Sultan a big coward for not being there to defend his people, his family. They couldn't understand a man that would run away and leave his family. But he prompted that by taunting them. He told them, he's like, you could never sack our city. This is the capital of Islam. You can't do anything. You can't, and he sent these pompous ass emissaries to taunt them. And so they were Black Sea pirates, basically. And he thought they were just a bunch of thugs. He didn't realize how organized they could be when they put their mind to something. Not building, just destroying.
Just fighting.
Yeah. Other than that, they were not interested in. They weren't builders.
No.
They didn't care about buildings. They just cared about burning them to the ground. They liked to live as nomads under the stars. They didn't understand people that just wanted to live in a house and not go outside. I mean, it was weird to them. The Comanches were the same way.
Yeah, the Cossacks of the plains.
Mm-hmm. Now, I have both of that blood in me, so you're an asshole. Well, look at my heritage. What do you expect? I come by it honestly, at least. So she's saying there's no Belmont report.
I got it.
We better have some. So Jacob, we're filling up the chat a little bit here. What do you got going on, man? You want to get started, or you want to wait until a little bit people, or what do you want to do?
That's up to you completely. I have a story to tell you about when I was a little bit of a younger man, a ghost story. So a ghost, maybe something more, but I think I would just like to have your opinion on it after the fact, because I'm not quite sure what it was. And
you turn it up a little bit. I don't know if I can. Can everybody hear Jacob in the audience? Can y'all hear him?
Move my phone a little bit closer there. Maybe that'll help some.
You said when you were a younger man, you look like you're young, man. You look very young. How old are you?
I am 24.
Oh my God! She's talking about you're young enough to be my son. And you're like, when I was a young man.
Yeah,
back in my day,
you got to say it like
10 years
when
ago.
I was a young man.
When I was just a young.
I started life kind of early. Had my first kid when I just turned 18, so that kind of put me into high gear. But
yeah, that'll age you.
Yeah, it'll age you real quick, and it's definitely interesting. But yeah, whatever you guys think, however you want to handle it. If y'all want to wait for some people to join in or what.
Well, I usually wait till about 300, but I mean, it'll age. It'll get some people to act right.
Yeah,
it didn't work for my brother. He didn't grow up. Neither did my sister. She didn't grow up either. Anthony's mom. They stayed irresponsible as hell. But hey, a good thing I was responsible though, right? I could take care of everything.
That's right. Everybody needs somebody like that.
So we got 288 in here. That's a good number, right? We can get started, because if you take 280, there's 291 now. But if you take 288, what does that break down to? That breaks down to 18. Oh, so you were 18 years old. You had a son? You said?
Yes, sir.
How old?
I was actually 17. Sir, I'm sorry.
No. You said your son is what is he, 6, 7 years old?
He's 6 now. Yeah, he'll be 8. He'll be 7 this year. That's correct.
Yeah, and because all he knows is you're his dad. He doesn't know that you were too young to have a kid.
That's right. You got to teach him the best you can.
Yeah. Your parents around? They help out?
Yeah, absolutely. They're both very. They're actually divorced, but they both help in their own ways, and I'm very grateful for the both of them.
That's important, because if the parents, don't want to help, that's a big problem.
Yeah, I'm grateful for them every day, because without them, it'd be a lot harder than it is now.
Yeah.
But I guess to kind of start it off, I was 17. I was a junior in high school, and my girlfriend at the time had gotten pregnant, and so I rented a house, and I dropped out of high school, got my GED. She did the same, and we lived together. I worked for my dad on the farm, and then she worked at a local grocery store. And me and her are no longer together, so I won't use her name or anything like that. But we rented this house here in town, and the house was over 100 years old. I'm not sure the whole history on the house. I tried to look it up, but I never did dig too deep into it because I was at the point I was over it. I was just ready to leave it alone and never come back to it. But it started out. So she had actually moved in there about 2 weeks before I had finished everything for what I was doing. And she kept telling me, she was like, every time I take a shower or a bath, I hear like knocking on the wall. And I'm like, it's an old house. I'm young, ignorant. It's probably pipes. That's what everybody tells you is, oh, it's pipes or
Yeah.
something else in the house. It always
It's old
is.
plumbing.
Everybody has bad plumbing. Everybody.
Yeah, everybody does. And so I was like, well, maybe that's what it is, whatever. I'll find out for myself in a few weeks. So time came. I moved in. We were living there together, and she kept telling me, she's like, you don't hear that noise? And every once in a while, and I'd hear it, but I told her, I was like, nah, I don't hear that, because I didn't know what it was. And when she was at work one day, I had went in there and I was trying to figure out where it was coming from, because one side of the wall was a bathroom and the opposite side of the wall was a laundry room. So I went and I was like, well, that's where all the pipes go. That's what it is. But as time progressed, it just kept getting worse and worse. And it got to the point to where it was so loud that I couldn't ignore it. And one day she was taking a bath after work and I was home making dinner, and she hollered for me to come in there. I come and looked, and she had 3 scratch marks running from her ankle to about the middle of her shin. And they weren't bleeding. They were into the skin and very red. And so I was like, all right, well, obviously that's odd. She's not going to lie to me. She had no reason to. And there were just little things like that that kept happening. Things around the house like keys and stuff would go missing, and then you wouldn't find them, and then they would show back up. But I personally, the first thing I ever witnessed in that house one night, I was making dinner, and she was in the laundry room, and on the ceiling, wall to wall, there was a clothesline. And I was sitting there talking to her. She had the door open. She was kneeled down, folding clothes or whatever, putting them in the basket. And I was looking, and she was making eye contact with me. And directly above her, that clothesline just pinched right in the middle and pulled down to her head and let go. And it just,
Oh no.
yeah. And so I was like, hey. And I was just kind of for a loss of words. I just was like, look at that, And she looked at it and she scurried out of there. She's like, what in the world is that, And I told her, I don't know, but there was obviously nobody there. We were just home alone, just the two of us. And that was it. And so I think the next really big notable thing that happened is one night we were in bed and we were asleep. And all of a sudden, it was just a...
Just so you know, I'm right here. I'm just, I had to turn the camera off for a second. I'm here.
No, you're good. It was just a really super loud noise, a lot of beating and banging and stuff. And so I was like, what the hell? Got up, walked in there, flipped the light on in the kitchen, and that's where the noise had come from. And all of the cabinet doors were open. Every one of them, they were all open. Nothing was broken. Nothing was laid out, but just all the cabinets were open. And that to me cemented the fact that something very odd was going on here, and that I had an idea of what it could be, but yet still to this day, I don't know for sure. But so that happened. We talked about it, and there was nothing really you can do. I mean, what can you do? I told my mom at the time, who I was closest with, and she was like, I don't know, sounds like something strange, but what can you do about it? And so I guess after that, the next big thing that happened one night, one of my buddies called me. We had went to Walmart to get some groceries. He called me. He was like, are you home? I said, no. He's like, is your door unlocked? I said, yeah. He's like, well, I got here. You weren't home. I was going to come in. I was like, well, that's fine. We'll be there in 10 minutes anyways. We're checking out. So he went inside, and we were on our way back from Walmart, and he called me in a panic, out of breath. He was like, dude, what's going on here? And I was like, what are you talking about? Calm down, try to explain what's going on. He's like, man, I was in your house. I was sitting on the couch, and the dining room table, the way he described it is it just flipped over, and all the chairs just shot out from underneath the table at once. And he said, I just immediately ran outside, got my truck. He said, I'm not going back in there until you guys get home. So we got home. All of the whole dining room was strode. It just looked like someone went in there and flipped everything and strewn it everywhere. And there was really no more further problems for a little while. And I guess the next thing that happened after that was that one day I was home alone, and there was a screen door on the house and then a wooden door. And I had the screen closed, but the wooden door open, let some sunlight in. I'm sitting in the living room, and I start to notice that there was like some smudge or something on the door. And I was like, what the heck is that? I've never seen that before. So I got up and I looked at it, and it looked like a cross. And I was like, well, what is that? And so I turned the flashlight on my phone on, and I closed the front door, and I looked on the back side of the door, and you couldn't see it with a naked eye. You needed a light, but there was a cross on each side of the door on the front door made, and something I couldn't tell at the time, but later to find out it was oil of some sort. And then I was like, well, what? We've obviously had some freaky stuff going on. I've watched enough movies and enough TV to know that if that's on one door, it's probably throughout the house. And sure enough, on each door, there was a cross in oil on every door in the house, front and back, between the rooms. And so that would have been about 8 doors total, I guess. And then as I started checking around the doors with my light, there was a cross on the top and each side, and the center of the door on the top of the door in oil. And that kind of freaked me out, because that really took it to a next level for me and showed that not only was I having this problem, that somebody had already had a problem here before. And that super freaked me out, because until this time, the only thing that I had seen was a clothesline deal just swing and all the cabinets open. But to see that your house has been, I don't know how you would say it, anointed in oil, that kind of freaked me out. And so the girlfriend got home, talked to her about it. We looked at it. We called my mom. She comes over, and she's like, well, somebody has tried to bless this house before. And I was like, yeah, well, obviously it didn't work too good, because whatever's here is still here. And keep in mind, at this time, we're still hearing the knocking, and she's still getting random scratches. It's not every day. It's not every week, but it's still happening every once in a while. But the thing never messed with me for whatever reason, and that I still can't understand. But I swear it's like out of a scary movie. One day we were both home in the middle of the afternoon, and there was this little old lady. She might have been 5 foot tall at the most. I'm saying she's probably 4'5", 4'6". She come with a cane. She knocked on my door. I opened it. We introduced ourselves, and I can't remember her name, honestly. But
Pinhead.
But
you opened the door. She came.
She did, and I was like, well, I don't know who this is or whatever. And she was like, how are you? Is everything okay? And I was like, yes, ma'am, everything's good. I have polite manners and whatnot. And she was like, can I come in? And I told her, I was like, why. I asked her why. She was like, well, I used to live here and I had a lot of problems and I wanted to talk to you about that as a warning. She's like, I couldn't help myself but notice that someone new had come in and started to live here. So she came in the house. She talked to me about some things that had happened to her there. Same thing with the cabinets. She told me about how the blinds on the windows would yank open all the time at random. And I asked her, I said, are you the one who put the crosses on the doors? And she had told me, she said, yes. And she said, finally, like after I did that, it calmed down for a little while, but then it picked back up again. She said, I had to move out when one day I was in the shower, and she said, you know, I am an older lady. I would say she's probably in her mid 70s, maybe 80s. And she said, I was shoved out of the shower. She said, I have fallen before, but this time I was pushed out of the shower. I landed in the middle of the bathroom. And she said, after that, I gathered myself, gathered my things, and I got out of here. She said, I couldn't take it no more because, and what she said here really was another note that she said, I was getting scratches on my legs, on my back, bruises, and all these things. And that was happening to my girlfriend at the time. And I was like, holy crap, you know, not only is all this happened to us, all this same exact stuff has happened to her. And so she left, and I called my mom, and she was like, well, I'll get our preacher to come in and bless the house and try to do a cleansing or whatever. And at that time, I was not really religious, but I'm glad to say that has changed for the better. But she came, a mother that is, and one of her cousins that was in the church and the preacher. And they did a whole cleansing on the house and all this stuff. And everything was good for a while. But I would say after about 3 weeks, maybe 4 weeks, about a month or so, I would say, give or take a little bit. One night, we were laying in bed, me and my girlfriend, and we were watching a movie, and I heard a footstep. So I paused the TV. It's pitch dark, middle of the night. Everything's black in there. Nothing but the ambient light from the TV shining on our faces. And in the kitchen was tile, and then the dining area, it was carpet, and our bedroom was carpet. So I heard about 2 more steps, real, you know, pretty loud, pretty audible, and then real soft, like it was on carpet. And I looked at her, she looked at me, and we just stared at the doorway because the door was wide open leading to the dining room. And at that point, ugh, this kind of jacks me up a little bit, gets me a little emotional, but I'm thinking to myself, please, whatever this is, do not come through this door right now and come in here and mess with me, because I know it's in here. I could feel it in here. And heard a few more steps, and I promise to you that when I tell you we were laying about 2 foot apart, maybe a foot apart, there was distance between us. We were not touching one another. If you're looking down to the left, I'm on the right side of the bed, she's on the left side of me. If you look down at the foot of the bed in the center, you could hear and feel and see the bed compress or depress, however you want to put it, like a right hand, then a left hand. And I'm thinking in my mind, Lord, please, whatever this is, do not let it touch me. But I was too scared to say anything, too scared to move, and so was she. So it went left, right, and when it was supposed to put it, I say supposed to, you would have thought it would have put its left hand down on the bed again. No, friend. It put its hand on me, whatever it was, right on my shin, and it squeezed tightly. And I'm going to be honest with you. that's when whatever inside of me kicked in, and I was scared to death. But I jumped out of that bed with a quickness, and I was just streaming tears, and I'm not ashamed to admit it. And I was crying, but I told that thing, I said, I can't see you. I don't know what you are, but if you come and face me like a man right now, I will. You don't I probably want to know all the words that were exchanged verbatim, but I cussed at it and I hollered at it and I told it that if it showed itself face to face with me, that it would be in for a beat down, and I wasn't going to let it touch me, and I wasn't going to let it harass my family anymore. Now, nothing else happened that night. And that was the only time that thing ever, it didn't even scratch me, it just touched me. But that was the only time that it had ever done that to me, and it never did it until, well, it never did it again. We had moved out. So keep in mind at this time, she's pretty pregnant. She's about, I would say, 7-8 months. So she's about to have the baby. And so everything after that kind of calmed down for a while. At this time, I would say it calmed down for a month and a half, maybe. And she had the boy, my son. I love him so much. He's my pride and joy. But he was, I would say, maybe a month old at the most. And she had to take him to a doctor's appointment. I was at work that day. She had taken off work to take him. She had got him dressed, put him in a car seat. You know how, like in a car seat, sometimes you get the ones that you buckle the base in, but you can unlatch the carrier piece and like bring it inside.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like that's what she had done. So she had brought that inside, and it was the middle of November, maybe the end of November at this point, probably close to December, honestly, now I think about it. So she had brought that inside, got him dressed, put him in there, and she had brought him to the front, I would say the living room, and set him on the couch inside of the car seat. And she was like, oh crap, forgot my phone in the bathroom. Let me run here and grab it real quick. So she just walks to the bathroom. It's like 20 feet away. It's not far, so it's a small house. She walks in there, gets her phone. She said as soon as she grabbed her phone, he just starts screaming absolutely at the top of his little lungs as hard as he could. And she, of course, runs in there and checks him out. And on his head, there were 3 scratch marks that this time it did draw blood. And it went from about, I would say, top towards the back all the way down to the front where his hairline ended. So right on his forehead. And it wasn't a lot of blood, but it was blood. And she freaked out, ran out of the house, called me. And I was like, yeah, that's it. Go stay with my mom tonight. I'm going to call the landlord and tell them we're getting everything out of here. And then that's it. So she did. And I went home that night, packed a bunch of stuff. And within the next 2 days, we got out of there. I had to stay there by myself for those 2 days, which were, that was not cool. I didn't like that very much, but nothing happened. So at first, I thought that was a ghost. But as I've gotten older and I've looked into more things and stuff, I don't think that was a ghost. I think that was something more on the demonic side.
It must have made you madder than hell.
Let me ask you a question. Did the landlord say anything?
Well, she asked me, she said, why are you moving out? And I said, ma'am, there's something in this house. And all she had to say was, oh, okay, I understand. And that was it. Hung up the phone with her, never texted her after that, never called her after that. She never texted me.
Yeah, I would have asked some questions. I would have been like, okay, what do you know about this house?
Well, at the time, I think I was so ready to get out of there that I didn't
about
want to
anything
know.
else.
Yeah. But of course, now I wish I would have asked a ton of questions looking back.
But and when stuff happens, I talk to people all the time, and not just, I do more emailing back and forth, but sometimes I'll talk to people on the phone, and sometimes they're long conversations, sometimes they're not. And then, or there'll be a mixture. You know, we'll talk to them through Messenger, through email, and we'll talk. One of us will talk to them, and we asked them. I know Tony one time he asked some ladies like, "Well, why didn't you do this? You didn't do that," and she kind of got aggravated. She's like, "Look, noodle arms. What would you?" No, she didn't say that, but she goes, "What?" She goes, "What would you do? You know, would you stop and think to do that?" And Tony's like, "Look."
Told her, I said I'd stop, I'd pull out my camera, I'd shoot a quick vlog, be like, hey,
we would have like set up. We just set up the equipment. You know,
We would capture it in 4K Ultra
I would make sure the
HD.
we have the
footage.
proton packs ready.
Yeah.
I mean,
She didn't believe me, but I
Mhm.
told her, I said, I'm just more prepared and I guess more calm than you are.
And he was like, we are
Paranormal Roundtable.
smart people. That's what we do. So we ask questions.
We think ahead. Do you think ahead? We do.
So the lady literally tells Tony, she goes, "Well, I'm glad that you're so smart and you have a podcast and you're prepared with holy water and steaks and all these other things. But you know, we're not every normal person thinks to do all this."
Yeah.
And so, you know, and I had to get in there and say, look, you know, he's not the smartest one. Okay. Now, and I told her, no, I said, look, I wasn't trying to be snarky, but I said, look, we just have to ask that question. Nobody's trying to be confrontational here. At least I wasn't. He probably
she
was.
took it the wrong way, but I was honestly just asking questions about like
because
mindset.
You know, the thing is, you want to know what's the history. Like she was talking about something that had happened on her porch, and her backyard was literally led out to a big old pasture. Right. And something was throwing rocks at the back door. Like every night, something would throw rocks. All right. And so you go out there and they're coming from nowhere, just in the darkness.
Mhm.
That's
And
terrible.
so, yeah. And she lived in a haunted house out in the middle of the country. But she also thought maybe she had Bigfoot there. That was a Bigfoot type creature. Well, they never saw it, but the neighbors did. And the neighbors said, you have a group of ape-like creatures but there was a bunch of weird stuff happening in the house. Like her 8-year-old son was playing and he opened the window, you know, I don't know why, I guess he was hot or something, and then this thing just slammed on its own and dang near took his fingers off. So there was a lot of stuff going on in that house, and so I talked to them pretty extensively. And I was just kidding about Tony saying he didn't say anything mean or nothing like that. But he wouldn't be. But he had started out kind of like snarkily, like, "Look,
I'm just trying to do my job."
Yeah, we just try to do our job.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I was just trying to ask her, you know, a little bit too many questions about like what she was doing at the time. And I think she took it as like, oh, I was trying to direct her as like, oh, I would have done this, I would have done that. But I was telling her like, no, I just wanted to know like what you thought your options were, because I honestly didn't.
And why did she stay as long as she did? I mean, I have that.
Yeah, there was like some points
why
where
did
I
I
was
stay?
like, what
I
happened?
don't know why I did it. And he was like, look, Barbara, something made you did something to make them throw the rocks at you. What did you do? Were you making faces at the demons?
Well, are you a geologist? Like, I was just asking relevant questions.
He's a geologist.
I mean, are they polished rocks? Are they pretty and shiny?
I mean, yeah. Were those the kind you could have, like, somebody would have bought, like, at a flea market or something?
Because you miss an opportunity for profit.
Exactly.
That's all I'm saying.
No, but it wasn't funny whenever somebody, you know, it's not funny when somebody's getting hurt. You know, and her situations are much like yours. People could have been hurt bad. Because people, and the dumbest thing I hear from people, and these are people not like you, Jacob, or like us, or any of the people in the queue here, or the audience, you know, that's here at PRT. They don't understand. Like I was at a dealership the other day, not the Hyundai one, but it was, you know, my friend has a dealership, and we were over there talking, and one of his guys comes up and he's like, well, I don't understand why people don't just ignore it. Whenever something happens in my house, I just ignore it. And I'm like, well, that's good for you, dude. You know, Delbert or whatever your name is. I said, not everybody's as powerful as you. The power of redneckism does not exist in everyone. You know, they can't just ignore it.
Not everyone can iron out the wrinkles in their brain and just shut it down.
Yeah, and so, you know, he was kind of dismissive of another guy's stories. And you know who we're talking about. What's his name from Alpha?
Yeah.
And like some things, I don't know if you can ignore. Well, you can't ignore a 9-foot Bigfoot just staring at you.
There was at the dealership. He took a picture, and he showed me and Nelly what this thing. It was evil looking. Like you could see it. It was on the bed. Like him and his girlfriend come home, and there's this thing Like it looked like something laying there sleeping on their bed.
Mm.
And it looked like a demon laying on their bed. Like, can you imagine coming home and seeing something? I mean, and then the other guy comes up like, yeah, like chomping on something. I just ignore it, like we're all a bunch of idiots because we don't just pretend like it's not there.
And I mean, really and truly, that's just a cop out, because by saying things happen, I just ignore it. Well, you notice it, like you're just saying you ignore it because you don't want to admit that it actually just scares you.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right.
It's not like you're unaware of it. You see it, you notice it, so you're not just ignoring it, are you?
I had a headache for 3 weeks and he drops dead. Well, shoot, maybe should have gone to the doctor. Oh, he ignored it.
I think there is like an ignoring that's different, where like you actively see it and you were just like, because you do it.
You
sometimes.
don't giving it power, but I mean,
Like, but I think that's more like avoiding it. I think that they say they're just avoiding it. Like they're trying to prevent themselves from having to confront the thing that they're dealing with. Where other people, like when they actually ignore it, they see it and they're like, okay, screw off. Like,
they want to rationalize, like,
yeah.
And the main thing is too, they want to be able to say, this isn't really happening to me. One of my friends got punched. My friend Zach, he got punched by something like over and over again in the shower. I mean, not at one time. Like, he got punched and he was like, whoa. And he thought, is this really happening? He was living in Temple, Texas. And then it stopped, and then it happened again. And then one time he thought, he was washing his hair. He thought, is this really happening? And yeah, he was opening the shower curtain, and whatever it was usually punching him through the shower punched him right in his chest. He said that the fist, though, was not like a large fist, which made him think that it might have been like a small ghost or something. But I told him, and I tell anybody, the little people do that too. They can be extremely violent and aggressive. I mean, they are like, and I had a woman tell us that she had one living in a trash can. Now that sounds like Oscar the Grouch from Sesame Street. And so my brother, she told him, his initial reaction was like, what? Do you live on Sesame Street? And she's like, what? Like, that's a dude.
They're a big
I'm
yellow
not
bird.
trying to be funny, but like it did sound like, So when the kids would throw the trash into the trash can, they lived way out in the country too, here in Texas, outside of Lexington. And so they were throwing the trash, and this was years ago. And she said that the trash was being thrown back out. And see, they kept getting onto the kids, right? And then eventually she witnessed it herself. She did it. And before the trash truck came, the trash was all dumped out on the sides of the trash. And she was like, what am I looking at? So the trash truck, out in the country, the trash truck, they're pretty serious. They're like, you better have it in there, whatever. Because they know they got you by the balls. You can't do nothing. What are you going to do? And they had a ban burn, burn ban, whatever. So they couldn't burn their trash, which a lot of people in the country do. When I was a kid, we did that, But this was horrible because she couldn't do anything about it. And so this thing was throwing the trash out. And so she had a Native American woman tell her, she's like, you have one of the little people living in that trash can. And what really did it for her is when her husband got smacked in the face. I mean, he was making fun of it, saying it wasn't real, whatever. And something smacked him as he looked down into it. So, and that's a very common thing. The Middle Eastern people, Arabs and Jews, they believe that the shaitan or the shadim, whichever, that they can inhabit places that are filthy and dirty. You know what I mean? Jewish people from the Levant and Arab people from the Levant both say that you should never rent a house that's dirty. Like if you go to check out a house and it's dirty, do not rent that place. Because they believe that there's a spirit that actually causes people to be slothful and not clean. Like it's caused by a spirit.
Yeah.
So that's an old Mexican wives' tale too, but people don't realize that actually comes from that really comes from the Spaniard side, because the Spaniards got that from the Arabs.
Yeah, from the Moors.
Yeah, the Moors, because they were big on the jinn, just like and for the Jews, shadim or the hashatan, they believe that they're not supposed. You're not supposed to go into unclean places. Like when you go into a dirty abandoned building and something happens to you, an Arab or an Israeli will tell you, well, that's what you get.
Yeah.
That's why you don't go to Petra and pick fights, because that's what happens. So yeah, that's an interesting thing. The house of the people that lived there before you, I wonder if you would have asked them questions, then the question for me would have been, was it dirty? Not offending her, but saying, was it unkept or when she took it over, because they love those kinds of places.
Yeah, and hindsight's 2020. I wish I would have asked a lot of questions,
Yeah.
but I didn't, and I just still to this day, I don't think that was a ghost, and I guess I would just like to ask the three of you guys, what do y'all think about it? Because to me, I don't understand. Like, I could see maybe a ghost if it was in there not liking you there, and then maybe you could see it, and sometimes it would move things or whatever. But that just seemed to me to be out to harm my whole family. Me and the girl and the baby. So I couldn't see why a ghost would want to do that.
Well, I'll tell you my honest opinion. I think it's all your fault.
It probably is.
It's not, dude. No, dude, you seem like a nice guy. I mean, and I think you did your due diligence. You did everything you could. And you do get upset. And you do, at some point, living in a haunted house 10 years here, I'm telling you, you get to the point where you're yelling at it and you're saying things and you're wanting to fight it because you're just sick and tired of it. And you wish you had a physical body so that you could beat it up, because that's how you feel. You want to kick its ass.
Yeah.
But it's a spiritual battle. So I think that you did what you were supposed to do. People always say that they're like, I saw a Bigfoot. Why didn't you take a picture of it? Well, it didn't stop and pose either, like, hey, oh, you didn't get this shot. You know what? Do you have a number? I'll send my glamour photos for you, and you can post those on the Paranormal Roundtable group. They don't think correctly. People don't do that. They always say that. Why did you take a picture?
Well, it's just
if I see a big hellhound with flaming eyes, the first thing that comes to mind is not pulling out the Android
let me get my cell phone and unlock the screen. Let me put the pin in and then unlock my camera.
I got it. Goatman is right there. I got him. And then everybody's gonna go, it's fake. It's fake.
Excuse me, aliens. Can you stop probing me so I can take a selfie real quick?
Yeah,
that's what happens. Fake immediately. So. That's pretty creepy, dude. I'm glad that you're okay. I mean,
I think that was definitely a demonic infestation in your house. I mean, she might have had like previous tenants who brought that, who caused that, who dabbled in that.
And at some point, it doesn't have to be. It needs to be like some sort of responsibility.
You would think.
I mean, to attack.
If I was renting a house, like okay, some of our furniture, because my wife's convinced. I don't know if I am, but she's convinced that I know it's haunted. I know stuff's been happening. We've all had something happen to us, but that the furniture we got was antique, some of it, and we broke our own rule of antique. We needed some furniture, and so we accepted it. Her thing is like, we can't take any of this with us. And I said, well, we'll sell it or whatever. She goes, no, we can't sell it because you'll be passing it on to someone else. I'm like, you're right. So, we're just going to leave it. I mean, because some of it was left there that we didn't ask for. And we told we're like, look, we don't really want this. And they're like, and they just left it. So what do you do? I mean, that's sort of a dilemma,
Yeah, it's either throw it out and burn it, or what do you do with it? I don't even know. I will say this much though: the woman that was there before me, whoever or whatever it was that brought it or whatever it was, came into the house. It was before her, so it had obviously. And I had asked her, and I cannot be honest with you and tell you how many years she had lived there, but she had lived there for years, so more than one. I do remember that much. Now, I can't say if it was 4 or 5 or 6 or what, but so she spent way more time in there than I did. I didn't even spend a year in there, and so I couldn't even imagine, excuse me, where it might have come from or or what all she had to go through, and that's also very kind of sad. Single lady in her probably 80s having to deal with the same stuff I'm dealing with. That's terrible. And like you said, you would think that it would be the I don't know how you say, the owner of the house's obligation to explain to the renter or the tenant that, stuff has gone on here. People have had problems and they moved out before because of it.
Yeah, I mean that feels like the people selling the house. That's the first thing they should tell in any new renter. But like they
Well,
often leave that stuff out, and oftentimes like they don't even if they were told that stuff by the previous occupants, like some people will just outright ignore it and just pretend like, oh, like, those people are just crazy.
yeah, but that also flips the other way too. I think if somebody would have told me that, I don't think I would have moved in there.
Well,
I'm
that's the
too
point.
suspicious.
It's like, I think like we should at least know that kind of stuff to avoid that.
Oh yeah, I think that it should be a requirement
Because
because
like, how long were you in that house?
I would say 10 months to a year.
So that's pretty much like a year that you wasted, when you could have been already moving forward when you
Yeah, making a down payment on
because
a
yeah,
house or
exactly.
whatever.
Who knows, just a year farther along in life, but you had to waste because of this stupid entity. I mean, and then it also just pushed it too far. I mean, like going after your kids and everything like that. Like you were pretty much left with no choice but to vacate.
I mean, what else do you do? At that point, being 18, I really, and maybe even still, I don't know, what would you do about that? What could you do?
I mean, yeah, if especially knowing what I know now, dealing with something like that where it's actually like actively, I mean, that's basically harm. It's minor damage, but it's still like damaging someone. It's harming someone. You you would have to just completely avoid it. I mean, try to av- avoid all contact with that because it obviously does not have any intentions of doing anything good.
No. And then, the longer you stay, who's to say, well, it doesn't get a little bit worse,
I mean,
little at
that
a
old lady
time.
said she got pushed out of the shower. I
Hmm.
mean, how long would it take for the activity to ramp up to that? And being demonic as it is what it seemed like, it could be getting stronger by causing more issues. So it's almost certain that the activity would have gotten worse if you try to
I,
put up with it.
I think so too. I agree with that. And it just, thinking back on it, man, I don't know what I would have done if something happened to my son because of that thing. I,
Hmm.
I, I don't know. That right there, when you're a father and like, and it's out of your control. You just can't do anything about it. So I guess the best thing you can do is just get away from it before it
Well,
gets
there
to that.
are, I mean, that's the thing is like there are things that everybody can do, but it's just, I think the world as a whole has a lack of spirituality. So things like this, where, people aren't informed if the houses have demonic entities or ghosts or, just weird activity surrounding it are ignored. So then people who actually do encounter things like demonic activity, ghost, or weird activity like UFOs or cryptids, they have no idea what to do. And
Yeah,
it's an unfortunate fact that like you being very young, having to deal with all of that is already tough. Like just being your situation as it was is not an easy one. But then having to deal with the unknown of a supernatural entity, which has basically no support group or real no one out there that could really help you or give you any real answers that will help you stop anything. It makes it real difficult to kind of find your place in life, especially at that age.
yeah. And I think now if I were to go back, that I could have a lot better of a handle on the situation because um, my belief in Christ and in God has gotten a lot better, and I think that to do it over again, which I doubt it'll ever happen, or maybe some other day, I hope it never happens again. But if I'm ever put to the test again, I feel as if I can handle it a lot better.
Yeah, it definitely is a lot easier once you find a path to help yourself stay steady. Um, it's just back when you're young and lost, everything can kind of seem a bit shattering or rattling, terrifying.
Yeah.
So it's easy to just run away. But I think even now in that situation, like it's a demonic entity that obviously has a strong claim to that house. I just don't see any other way besides to just kind of vacate and leave, especially when you have a son. It's
Yeah.
not, you're not in a position where like you should be fighting a spiritual battle with a demon.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I oftentimes wonder, the people that live there now, do they have anything that's going on? And, is it kind of my right to be the old lady in my situation and go knock on the door and explain to them, what happened, or maybe just ask them if they've had anything happen to them first and not try to weird them out, because I think a lot of people, they just don't pay attention to stuff like that. And of course, when it's pushing you and scratching you and stuff, it'd be hard not to pay attention to it. But the small things, I think they just look over them and say, well, maybe I misplaced my keys, or I forgot what I don't know. But it was something, man. I'll tell you that. And I'll never forget it for the rest of my life. And I hope I never have to deal with it again. I can tell you that much. So,
Well, you did all you can do, and like I said, just dude, the audacity of this thing to do that to your son, it's just it must have been just the most enraging thing ever. Because it's one thing for it to do what it did to you, uh, in your bed,
yeah.
but for your little newborn son, it's just and like you don't at that point. You don't have time to sit there and try to cleanse the house and bring in a priest or a pastor or whoever and mess with it. You just have to go.
Yeah.
So you did right by your family.
I think so. And I really, really dislike whatever that was in that house. I mean, I couldn't even imagine a person doing that to my newborn child.
Mm-hmm.
The things that you would do for that child, if it were a person, it'd probably be the same to that entity or whatever that was. I'd protect my kid with my life, and that's the honest truth, without a shadow of a doubt in my mind at any moment in time. But it's hard to fight something you can't see.
Yeah.
So I don't know. That was just a very I think that was my biggest experience with weird stuff in my life. That was definitely the scariest for sure by far. I had a couple more little things happen that not related to that kind of stuff, but it's just, I don't know, man. It's like y'all said earlier, you looking back on it, you want to ask all these questions, but in the moment, it's just like, nah, you just ready to get out of there as fast as you can, get away from it.
Yeah, like spiritual warfare it's around us at all times. We just don't see it, but whenever we do see it, feel it, hear it, I mean, if we're not faithful in that moment, if we're not protected, then we're not equipped to engage it. I mean, I believe that's the bottom line. And you said that at that time, you really weren't. You weren't. You didn't have a whole lot of religious faith, and um, you might have been more of a secular person. So, you really your only option was just to do exactly what you did. But yeah, and someone tried to cleanse that house, and it didn't work. And then you brought a pastor, and it worked, and it worked for a little bit. But that's a very serious thing, and I think it takes a special type of person who really understands like what they're doing, and who's really spiritually prepared for that. Who's refrained from sin and prepared from it, and does not give these things any opening. Because I think they take any opening they can, like any small little. I mean, like even like bad thoughts that we allow ourselves to have. Like anything, any chink in our spiritual armor. It's like they find it and they put a wedge in it and just start hitting it with a hammer and just break it open.
Chipping away at it.
Mhm.
Yep.
Well, we're gonna let you run, Jacob. We got other people we got to get to, but we appreciate you.
Absolutely. You guys have a good night. I'll continue watching.
You too, man.
Thank you,
Thanks.
Jacob.
Absolutely. Nice talking to y'all.
So that was Jacob. Here we got Trance again. Trance, you were on last week. Sean, you were on? Was Sean on last week? I think Sean was on last week. And we got to move.
I believe so.
If you guys are willing to hang out in the queue, that's fine. We got to get some other people. I don't know if Sean was there. Let me ask this guy. Hey, is this Sean?
Hey, yes, I was there yesterday. I shared the experience with the dragon encounter during my surgery.
Let me try to get to some of the other people.
Yeah,
who
yeah,
haven't,
that's
and
fine.
then I'll put you in Trance on. Okay.
Yeah, that sounds good.
All right. So, and who is this? This is John.
Hi guys.
Hey,
Hey, good morning from Sweden.
from Sweden, huh? Wow.
Yeah, you know me by some other name, Josh. We've been exchanging messages on Messenger.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
I know who you are. I think I know who you are.
Yes.
But there, believe it or not, okay, there's two people from Sweden. Yours starts with a T.
And also Miss Misha is the other one.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And so your friend was on our show one time.
Yes.
Yes.
He
And I
was.
got stories from another person. Are you no, that would have been okay, maybe that's not you. That's a different person. This one's from southern Sweden. You're from northern Sweden, though, right?
Well, I am from Stockholm.
Stockholm. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So I sent you the pictures of
So as you what you have to talk about though is pretty in depth, right? It's pretty long.
Yeah, exactly. So
Okay.
I'm really prepared now because now it's like 6 o'clock and 5:35 here. So I didn't know this format. I was at the sea on the ship.
So what are you doing Monday?
Nothing at the moment because
Okay.
I'm on
You're back from the
shore.
ocean?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Josh. I'm
Okay, so
on
how about we do this? If you want to do it, you can do it Monday
Yeah.
with us at 6 o'clock my time.
Yep.
Or and you can come on and you can have a couple of hours because you have a lot of Dogman stuff, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I sent you the pictures also.
Yeah. So let's do that because I know your friend sent me some
Yeah.
Dogman stuff too.
Mhm.
Okay, so let's do that then.
Yeah, perfect.
All
So,
right, so I will go and we will talk on Sunday. I'll give you the floor on Sunday or on Monday.
Yeah. Monday. No
Okay,
problem.
because I had another person lined up for Monday, but they're dealing with COVID, so you can take that slot.
Yeah, that will be perfect because I have a
Cool.
lot of things to say. So
Yeah, you have a lot. You have a lot of information, so
Oh yeah.
we'll go over it on Monday. But thank you for that'll whet everybody's appetite too for that. So all right, thank you.
Perfect.
See
Talk
you
to you
then,
Monday.
John.
All right, we'll see you.
Bye guys.
So then we'll go on here to Sandra. Sandra,
Hello.
hey,
How's it going?
how's it going?
It's going pretty good. Nice
We're talking to a shepherd dog.
Well, unfortunately, that shepherd passed away a few months ago. But
wow.
Also, we're talking to the spirit of a shepherd dog.
Spirit.
well,
We're talking to a ghost dog.
yeah, there you go, ghost dog. Yeah, that's a good one.
I believe in that our pets return and visit us too.
Yeah.
The honestly, it is true because the shepherd that I had two at a certain point in time, and the older one, he was kind of, how some pets can be they're your heart animal, and then you can have other pets that you love, but there's like this connection you can have with a dog or even a horse or whatever. I had an intense connection with this dog, and after I had to put him down, I could feel his presence every so often the first few weeks after he passed away. It was a trip. Absolute trip.
Wow.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I think I was visited by my dachshund after he passed. I mean, because he would always like come in the bed and sleep with me, and and if he was awake and I was asleep, like he would wake me up by jumping in the bed and sleeping with me.
Yeah,
And-
it's
Go
true.
ahead.
It happens. I was gonna say, well, in the case of the dog in the picture, I swear I heard this, the squeaky ball every once in a while, like in the weeks after she passed away. So,
Yeah.
yeah, who knows? So who knows? So I guess my best story is the ongoing haunted family ranch. So in Northern California, so there's been some interesting incidents at that place. So and it's still in the family. I still have family that live there. It's not like a big ranch. It's only like 20 acres. It's about 45 minutes southeast of Sacramento, California.
20 acres is big enough to be haunted by all kinds of stuff.
Oh, it's the whole there's like multiple. There's a main house, and then an apartment in the barn, and then there's a secondary house on it. You know, like a family compound. How a lot of you Texans have these days.
Yeah.
So, my dad bought that place when I was like 14. And I think the first year or two, we one summer he's going to start remodeling the barn, and the barn was this probably square footage wise probably was at least 5,000 square feet. It's a pretty good sized barn, and it was one side of it had an area that had like a subfloor, like someone was going to build something in there at one point in time, and then there was a garage like in front of it, and then just to the left of that was the place where you would put animals, and there was like a loft upstairs, and the whole thing in this old barn. It was like a stucco barn. This is a really weird old barn. And the day we're going to start tearing into the lean-to off the back to start kind of prepping it to do a full remodel, just as we're starting, I think it's more my imagination, but I swear I heard something scream, as we're pulling the tent off of it, but I don't, that one I can't guarantee. But just when we started doing this guy comes walking around the corner to talk to us, and it turns out he was the previous owner like 2 owners ago. Mm-hmm. And he starts telling us about how they used to use that barn for like a cabin because they lived in the Bay Area, and they'd come out to the country and stay there. And he told us about how it was haunted, and he actually saw the trap door in the loft come up when they were sleeping up there. And so that's where it started, and then weird things started happening after that. so boy, I'm losing everybody.
Oh no,
I'm just kidding.
You see, with our setup here, the screen is over, like the computer screen is over here to my right. So like I had to make sure that my mic wasn't muted. So like I have to get up, check it, and just I got to get a better setup to where I can have the screen like right here to the side and I can see it. We got so many wires and mixers and like equipment and stuff here on the table, and there's so much I have to get organized and rearranged.
I understand. I do video myself. So it's a hodgepodge of cables. It's always a nightmare. So
yeah, I'm terrible with cable management. I don't even care about it. So
right. So after that, I would say that the craziest things that are happened was I had an incident. Eventually, my father built that apartment in the barn, and I was the first one who lived in it because he built it for me. And at a point in time, I had an incident on like a Friday or Saturday night. I was talking to a friend. It was like 11:30 at night, talking on the phone, talking about ghost stories because he had some great stories he had heard when he was touring with his band in Europe. And as we're talking, the stereo that never worked in the truck I had in the garage started playing on its own. Okay, so I go out there and I turn it off. I'm like, this is weird. I go back in the apartment. 15 minutes later, it starts again. So this time I just disconnected the battery. I go, okay, that's weird. I go back into the house and I look on my computer, and on the like typing pad thing that you type it was like, I think it was Word back in the day or whatever.
Yeah.
3 sentences or 2 or 3 sentences were typed. I didn't type it.
Oh no!
It kind of made sense, but I don't remember what it said. It was actual words, but it didn't make a lot of sense. But yeah, something typed on the computer.
It's like 3 random words.
It was like 2 random sentences. Like it was a sentence that sort of tried to make sense, but didn't quite.
Yeah.
And then I noticed, and then I turned and I noticed that the fish tank, or the heater on my fish tank kind of exploded and killed all my fish.
Oh no!
So like all this happened in a matter of like I'm on the phone with a friend of mine, so like I haven't a witness to all this happened. We still talk about this because this happened many years ago, and that up until then, that was the weirdest thing that happened. And then sometime after that, I was laying in bed and wasn't asleep. I was just, because it always takes a while for me to fall asleep. But I literally felt something step on the bed and like it was stepping over me. And that's the only physical thing that happened besides, hearing my name called a few times or whatever. But at that point in time, that's when I, evoked the name of Jesus, and it left. And then I did a major cleanse on the place. And to this day, nothing has shown up in that apartment, but things have happened in other places on the ranch.
It won't show up in the place where you evoked the name of Christ.
No, I cleansed that so seriously. Yeah, I
Good
did
job.
it. And I had, I had ownership because it was built for me. So I had ownership. My sister lives in it now, and she hasn't had any trouble, or at least when she did, I think we kind of redid it over the phone, and tried to, but she didn't have a lot of trouble or anything. But there's been a disembodied voice in the main house telling someone to get out of the house. And this happened to like a family friend that was cleaning the house. And nothing ever happened to my dad when he was alive and living there. Nothing ever happened to me when I was in the house, the main house, because my dad built the house. As when he bought it, had a mobile home on it, and we lived in that until he built the house. So, and then since then, my sister recorded a voice, and it was saying her name. And that's probably about the creepiest thing I've ever heard in my life. I heard that recording. That was really creepy. She kind of like, she'll interact with it. I'm like, I have told her don't do that. And then
that's not a good idea.
Oh, no. The only thing you should ever say to a ghost is, in the name of Jesus, get out of here. Kind of thing. That's pretty much it.
Was it saying her name in any specific context, or just said her name?
It said her name. I can't remember the context, but yeah, it was saying her name. It was a creepy sound. I mean, it was so creepy. She played it for me, but I don't think she messes with them anymore or anything like that. And then since my dad's passing, the main house has been rented out, and the gentleman there has had his nieces and nephews over, younger kids, and they've seen like an apparition standing next to the fireplace.
Oh man.
Yeah, and the only other apparition that I've heard seen was a friend of mine saw one in the hallway of my apartment, obviously before I cleansed it. And he said it looked like an older Italian guy. And that is the guy that had shown up and was telling us about it being haunted. They said they bought the older Italian guy had lived there before they bought it, and he actually died in like a little trailer that was parked in the garage of that, where that apartment's at, in the barn. So weird stuff happening at that ranch. So and this is over, that ranch has been in the family since like 1980, 81. So it's been going on all this time, but nothing, nobody's been attacked or no scratch, so it's not a violent thing or whatever. But I can remember hearing like, and I'm sure you guys have had reports of this, when you hear like, it sounds like there's a group of voices, like it's very low. It's almost like a party going on next door, but you can barely hear it.
Yeah.
Okay, I've heard that
Like
many
the
times.
murmurings.
Yeah, just like I've heard that so many times. Obviously, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, like, either that or like murmured conversation.
Yeah, and I'd only heard my name called maybe a couple times. It was, it kind of built up, and then after that thing stepped over me, that was it. It was all out war. And now if I move into a new place, I don't care how old the building is, I cleanse it. Just don't want to deal with it. Just don't want to deal with it. So I mean, I don't. I think we tried cleansing the whole ranch at one point in time, and I apparently it didn't work. So
I wonder what it is that like it's the whole land instead of just like specific areas.
Well,
have you been able to do any research as to the history of that Like tract of land?
The tract of land, as history wise, it used to belong to obviously a much larger tract of land that dated back to Spanish land grants. Like it was like it's in that area is like kind of like it's not the foothills, but it's like the beginning of the foothills where you drive another hour up the hill, and that's where they discovered gold and stuff in the Sierras. But there used to be this really tall tree that was like right behind the barn. And my sister used to tell me that tree just creeped her out. Like it creeped her out. And it did finally fall over one day on the stables.
Oh man.
Thankfully the horses weren't in it, so that was good. So yeah, I don't know. If somebody I knew told me that there were, they actually saw something and they were trying to chase it down, and I'm like, yeah, I don't know if I don't know if he was smoking crack or what, but I mean, it's a weird place. But I mean, it's not, that I don't believe that there's good ghost and bad. I don't believe in that, but it obviously is a milder haunting than some people have had. So I don't know. It's just a weird thing. Nothing happens in an apartment though. Since then, nothing.
So you said that you don't believe in good ghosts or bad ghosts. So what does that mean that you believe that the ghosts are just kind of like they have their own free will to be good or evil? Or I mean, like, what does that leave?
I believe I'm of the mind that ghosts are demonic, that they're not just dead people floating around. That's just my view as a Christian.
Oh, okay.
So because if it's not demonic, why did it run in the name of Jesus?
Yeah, I mean, exactly. Like, I mean, I think that if you rebuke anything in the name of Christ and it works, that obviously it had ill intent.
Well, I mean, there's something wrong with it, because if rebuking something in the name of Jesus, whether it's an alien, Bigfoot, dogman, or ghost, and it runs away, well, obviously there's a problem with them.
Yeah.
So that's my theory anyway. I mean, I haven't run into a dogman. I saw a Bigfoot once briefly. It was an odder location than one would think was just rural Northern California. It wasn't up in the Sierras or anything. It was kind of weird. But then again, from that ranch there was a sighting of a Bigfoot probably 15 miles away as the crow flies the other direction that I saw one. So who knows? It's rural, so it's rural enough that they could be around there.
Yeah, like way out there in the sticks.
It's not as far out in the sticks as one would think, but then again, if you're not used to driving, 15 minutes to the grocery store, everybody thinks that you're out in the sticks. So
yeah. Well, I mean, that's the thing, is that you don't even have to be out in the middle of nowhere to see these things. I mean, like we had a sighting. We had a dogman sighting reported to us, but behind a movie theater that's like a 5-minute drive from where we're at here in Austin. And like it was reported by an employee who was they were just taking out the trash out of the back, and behind that movie theater is it's just a wood line, because Austin was built into an arboreal forest. Like there's just trees everywhere, especially out in West Austin, which is where this thing was sighted. Now, I mean, his encounter was pretty brief. He just said that he described what he saw, and it amounted to dogman werewolf, but he saw it like while he was at work throwing out trash, just a routine thing, And I do think that these things are, rebuking them in the name of Christ seems to just work without fail. So I think those are demonic too.
Well, there's something about it. I mean, I'm not going to get into an argument whether Bigfoot, they're a good Bigfoot and bad Bigfoot, because I just treat them all as bad. But honestly, we've heard stories of Bigfoot saving people, saving kids, saving people. So I mean, those things happen. So we don't know. I think there's so much we don't know. I mean, but that's why we watch PRT, so we can learn more things and have these conversations. But I mean, the Bigfoot I saw, it was like 10 miles away from the ranch, and it was not very far from it was 3 miles away from a freeway. And it was just I was coming out away from a friend. I had a friend that was with me, but she didn't see it. I was the only one who see it. I was driving down a very bumpy country road in a old Mustang that's lowered and all that. It was like, full moon, probably 12:30, 1 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday night. And had to slow down for the railroad tracks. And I saw this tall, it wasn't bulky, but it was super tall, like at least 7 feet tall, black figure and then I heard like that samurai chatter, but it was really low because I had the windows down and the stereo wasn't very loud or anything like that. It was just growing really slow, and I didn't realize it was the samurai chatter until long after I heard a recording of the samurai chatter. And I'm like, oh my god, that's what it that's what it sounded like. And then if you look at the satellite image of that area, you can see that there was a direct way to go and be in this kind of a dry creek area that it fills up it'll get water in the winter, but in the summertime it's dry. And it literally, that thing, you can walk it all the way up to the foothills, all the way up to the mountains, and be out of sight of anything, because it's only ranches that going that way. It's only people are running their cattle and their sheep and their goats or whatever. So logically, it was definitely a possibility that was a Bigfoot that I saw, because I mean, I don't know what else it could be.
Yeah, you always see them. Well, like it's a common theme, or a common like a thread, that they're spotted around like some water source like all the time.
Right. And I mean, and this could have been, they were coming from a water source and maybe they were heading back up the hills. I don't know. But I always jokingly think that whatever it was saying, it was like there was probably another group across the street getting ready to cross, and it probably said car or something, something or whatever. But yeah, it was just a weird situation. And then when I was in I was going to say, as you say about them coming into urban areas, I live in Phoenix, Arizona now, and I've actually on Messenger had a short conversation with one of the witnesses of a dogman that came into the golf course over in Scottsdale. I'm sure you guys are familiar with that story. And it's like a group of teenagers, and if you look at our map, you can see, it definitely came up a waterway. It's completely possible, because there are coyotes that are found in town. They just come up the canals. So yeah, anything's possible. Yeah,
sightings almost always correlate with water sources and cavern systems.
Absolutely.
I mean, I don't know exactly how or why, but I do believe these things they come from underground, and when they take people, they take them underground.
Yeah, and that seems to be
they're definitely metaphysical as well.
Sense.
And like I have a theory that like if they come in and out of our world through portals, then there's got to be something with the atmospheric conditions of the inside, like deep inside these caverns, that are like more conducive to these portals manifesting, so that they can come into our world from theirs, especially what we call the quartz crystal deposit. The quartz crystal holds a lot of energy.
Oh yeah, they're always running into quartz crystals over on Hellbent Holler.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It's like they're all over the place.
Yeah, they're not afraid to go anywhere.
Oh no, man, that's some good watching there.
It's got balls of steel.
Yeah, well, it's a lot better than finding Bigfoot. So.
Oh god, yeah.
That's not saying much.
No, it's not.
I saw two raccoons fighting, and I was like, "Oh, that's better than finding Bigfoot."
I saw one episode of that garbage where they were putting like jelly donuts on a log, and the big fat one, whatever his name is, with the stringy hair, and he's always wearing.
Bobo.
Yeah, he was like, Bigfoot loves jelly donuts. Yeah, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, man, I'm not watching this crap. What is this?
It's all. I mean, they're the worst. But I mean, if you go back and I remember back when like Monster Quest first came out, I'm like, oh hey, this is pretty cool. And then I didn't.
Yeah,
Back
Monster
then,
Quest was great with Doug Hychek.
They did it up to a certain point, but if you go back and watch it now, you can see the propaganda. You can see how they're giving you a little bit of information, but they're hiding the real information. And I see that now. But I like I said, I work in TV
It's tough because like it's still a TV show, and you have to recognize like all TV is made for mostly entertainment.
Well,
There's very few informative stuff out there.
I work in the industry. I can't stand anything that's sensationalized. It makes me crazy. I think probably one of my, besides Josh and you guys, probably one of my favorite people that talk about, we'll say Bigfoot generally, is what's his name on How to Hunt. I'm blanking on his name. But you know what I'm talking about. I like his attitude. He's like, you know, enough with the ape stuff, enough with the footprints. We know they exist. Let's try to learn some stuff. You know, that's his viewpoint about Bigfoot, and that's where I'm at, because I'm so tired of the we cast some footprints and we did this. And
Steve Isdall.
Yeah, Steve Isdall. Yeah, that guy. Yeah, he has a great philosophy. I was going to say that with the portal situation, would you say that the way they manipulate the portals, that's also potentially how they make people disappear, you know, when people go missing? Like,
yeah, I mean, I think that's one explanation too. That's within the realm of possibility, because you hear like the folklore around the Fae is similar, where people will, like, they'll encounter these beings or like these little like gnome type creatures, and then they offer them something, food or the Fae or the gnomes, duendes, whatever they are, like if they offer you food or something to drink and you consume it, then it's like you go to this deep sleep and you wake up in their world, you know. And I mean, like you probably wake up in another, I don't know, like another plane of existence, parallel reality, wherever they go.
I mean, if the easiest way would be like, oh, hopefully they just portalize you. But I think we've heard some horrible stories of people just being literally kidnapped, where they're just forcefully taken into these caverns, and then taken to these like underground cities. And then they're like basically there for like years as slaves.
Dude, that was actually one of the most vivid nightmares that I've ever had. Was do you know what a kobold is, Sandra?
No.
So they're like they're just like little like goblin, gnome, duende, like small humanoid creatures, basically.
Like
that are seen in like coal mines or mines, caverns. But like one of the most vivid nightmares I've ever had was that like I was being kidnapped by these kobolds, and they're like little black, think of like mini orcs or like goblins, and they swarm me in these huge numbers, and like they picked me up, and I was basically like crowd surfing on them, and I couldn't escape them because like I was surrounded by so many of them. And like whenever I would try to move, they would shift so that I was always in the center of them. And they took me into this cave, and they kept taking me deeper and deeper and deeper into it. And then once this tunnel opened up, there was this huge like this opening in this cavern. I mean, it was just gigantic, and like we were going down on this path that was carved into the wall, just like going down at a slant, and I could see like maybe like 300-400 feet away from me that there was this huge like smooth black pyramid that was carved into the rock, and it was like an obsidian. It was like a glossy black material, like obsidian, something like that. And the way it ended is I just, after seeing that, I just woke up. Like we never made it to that black pyramid. But like I don't really have. It's not normal for me to have like these vivid dreams or nightmares like it is. Like for some people that they have that all the time, and it has significance. Like they'll tell you like that's not nothing when you have that. It means something. You're probably out of your body. But like that always stuck with me because I always thought maybe this is what actually like what people experience whenever they just disappear in national parks. Maybe this is one thing that people go through, except they don't get the luxury of like waking up and being back in their bed.
Right. I heard one story. I can't remember who was talking about it, but like a guy was walking through a trail and he was like a hunter and he halfway stepped into a portal, like his foot disappeared and his hand disappeared and he stepped back and he got out of there because he felt like it was a portal type situation. So I mean, I think those things happen. I think people walk into things and they don't know it, because I think that's how they because you've heard the stories about someone, like people are out walking somewhere and one person disappears for 2 hours, for like 3 hours, and to them it's been 10 minutes, and the person that lost him, it's been 3 hours.
Yeah.
Something like that happened to my sister at a state park.
Really?
In California. Oh yeah. She was walking with her daughter, her adult daughter, and they were, after they crossed through this meadow that had a bunch of touristy type people or whatever, they got on the trails and they were walking and they weren't that far out, and then for some reason her daughter just kind of stepped off the trail and just said, well, you're walking too slow, so I'm going to go this way. I'll meet you back at the car. And a big mistake. You never do this.
Yeah.
My sister goes walking and next thing she knows, she's like, she doesn't know where she's at. Like, and she's feeling, she's literally, things have changed. It's super quiet. And she was smart enough to start kind of sort of marking her trail. Like she would set something in, like up against a tree, like a piece of wood up against a tree. She'd walk a little bit further and stick another one. So she was trying to keep herself from getting lost. Like, this is where I was and this is where I'm going. She started having this horrific feeling of fear, like something's watching her, so something's after. It was weird for her. And she prayed, and then just when she prayed, she heard what was like maybe a lawnmower or a chainsaw. Somebody's doing some work over on the meadow, and she heard it, and it gave her a direction to head, and she started walking that way really, really fast, and then finally she started to recognize where she was at. She goes back to the car where her daughter's at, and her daughter's like, where have you been? I've been waiting for like 3 hours. To my sister, it was like a half an hour. 45 minutes max. How crazy that. She will never go back to that place.
Yeah, I wouldn't either.
Yeah.
I wouldn't go back to any state park.
In the beginning of when we were first doing PRT, we've had a couple stories where it kind of felt like we kind of called them like time bubbles, I think, or something similar.
Yeah,
it was just like little patches of area where either time doesn't work right, or time is like paused, or just like doesn't seem to match up correctly. And I remember one story we had where a guy saw like a saber-toothed tiger. He was on the side of the road, I think in the desert, and he stopped on the side to use the bathroom real quick. Obviously, there's no bathroom for miles, and he just needed to go real quick. But he saw like a saber-toothed tiger just running towards him, and like as soon as it was about to get to him and it like jumped and leapt at him, it just vanished. And like one of the theories I had was like similar to that, to where like it's just there's little areas where time doesn't match up, or like it doesn't seem to work right, where people might have accelerations like that, or in certain places where I think like that happened, where there's just little moments that are paused, where sometimes it hits play and it resumes, but then it just goes back to being paused. And I think it's one of those like occurrences where like, where you might see like a full body apparition and it's, doing something, and they're like just going about their life. Like, it's like, it seems like they don't even know you're there, or they don't even recognize that, you know, you can see them. It's like they're just doing stuff like they were doing it in normal time. And it's like, I feel like sometimes those might not be like ghost or a spirit or something, and it might just be some kind of time bubble or like some kind of recording of a certain moment that just happens, that sometimes happens to play when the certain circumstances work. And it was one of those things that I always questioned or was like always curious about, is like how much of our like actual ghost and spiritual or even, you know, other encounters, how much of them are actually encounters and how much of them are actually just a phenomena that we don't understand yet.
Yeah, like we're in the Matrix,
Yeah,
basically,
exactly.
as
And
they say. Yeah, I would I'd have to agree with you on that, because I know that there are those situations where specific things that they call hauntings, they happen all the time. Like doesn't necessarily happen like every day, but it's like the same thing. Like the lady in white or whatever, she walks down the stairs or she walks down the hallway every once in a while and someone will see them or whatever. I think, yeah, that sounds pretty logical, that is like some kind of we call it like an echo, I guess.
yeah, an echo.
Yeah.
Like an echo, and it pops in every once in a while, or
Mhm.
the veil gets a little bit thinner for that person, because
Or, you know, it could just be like you said, the veil getting thinner to where you could see another world. You know, it could be a parallel dimension that, you know, is just, and it's just like one of those things where it's hard to like designate anything um in the supernatural world because there's so many questions and so many unanswered.
why do some people see and other people don't? I
Yeah.
mean,
Well, I mean, I have a theory on that.
Oh
That
yeah,
I
you
kind
actually have a pretty impressive theory on that.
Yeah, I think it's because like back when we were in tribes, like the chief and like his sons were pretty much had to be the most in tune with their surroundings because they
Mhm.
had, while they were hunting or stuff like that, they had to be the one in control of their surroundings and being in control of the party so that they can focus or being aware of all dangers and stuff like that. And his sons would have had to also carry that trait because, and not only carry that trait, but reinforce that trait to where as the years go on and on and on, more of those kind of people would be more sensitive to danger or sensitive to
Mhm.
certain things. And then it also, I think, works for women because while the men were gone, women had to be around in the tribe defend, or not really defending it, but just being on the lookout, protecting the
They had to
kids.
sense dangerous what a woman's intuition is.
So that's why it's not like where everybody has it, because not everybody had to be as in tune. Uh, but a lot of women, which is, you know, you see a lot even now, women see a lot more ghosts and have a lot
I
more
I
interaction
think
with that.
I suspect that some of that sensitivity has something to do with connections to emotions. I mean, I don't see things, but I'm fairly empathic. I'm very
Yeah, you can
sensitive.
feel that it's around.
I can feel the things around, and I've had instances where I something pops in my head, and 2 seconds later a friend says it. I mean, that stuff happens to me all the time. Doesn't work in the lottery, unfortunately. That doesn't work. but I mean, things like that. I had a vision one time, one and only time I ever had like this like vision. It was like something, just like I was driving down the road and it just popped into my head. Like, it was weird. It was like I saw grass, a vineyard, and a car, and that happened like 15 minutes after I talked to some people that were looking for this lady that had been lost. They were looking for her, who was like a family member, and I could feel their emotion. I think that's what ignited it. And I drove a certain route that I go, well, maybe I'll run past her or whatever. And later that night on the news, I saw that she had been found dead in her car at
Mm.
a near a golf course right next to a vineyard. So grass, car, vineyard. That's what I saw. So it was like that blew me away. That happened to me once, and I think it was because I talked to her son. You know. So interesting things happen.
Yeah. Yeah, the only thing that ever really happens to me is the first thing you said. Like I'll be thinking of something, and then somebody will bring it up, or I'll be thinking of a song, and then it starts playing, or I'll be thinking of someone, and they call or text. It's pretty much about it. Like Wolf is really sensitive to like spiritual energies, and Nelly especially is too. Um, but I don't. I mean, like whenever I was a kid, I always felt like there was someone like standing over me. Like when it was bedtime and I would lay down, I would close my eyes and I would feel someone like just standing and hovering over me. And then I would open my eyes and there wouldn't be anyone there. But like everything in me told me that there was someone there. And then I never knew what that was until I think I found out 2009 or something like that, a while back, where my dad, he had actually seen something like some kind of like a shadow figure standing over me, like over my crib whenever when I was an infant. I mean, nobody ever told me that. Like my Wolf is the one who told me that. My parents never even told me that because my dad's the
Wow.
one who told him, but no one ever thought to share that with me. So I was like, well, that would have been nice to know. Would have been nice to know because there was always someone like looming over me when I was going to bed. So I just had to get used to it, and I think eventually I just kind of tuned it out of necessity, or like just kind of dealt with it, and it just kind of desensitized me to those kind of things.
Well, they say children are very sensitive.
I
They're-
think.
Yeah, I think that's because you're closer to the other side
Well,
when
I
you're a
don't think
child.
it's just that. I think that's like an easy way to explain it, but I think it also has to do with kind of how the growing mentality of a child as well. When you're a child, like everything is either dangerous or new to you, and that sense of danger, I think, makes you kind of more in tune. Like when you're always on edge, you kind of are forced to be like super sensitive, even beyond what you like want, or even like what you really imagine, what you can believe. I mean, there's people I believe in real harsh situations that develop that kind of sensitivity as well, where because they've gone through extremely rough periods of time where they've lived so many years on edge, they kind of are just always like that, and that transforms into something else. And I think a lot of times when you talk to people who are sensitive, or they are empathic, or was it are able to kind of interact with the other side more, it's a lot of times because like if you go back into their history, they haven't had the easiest life, and that sense of danger and being forced into like an uneasiness of at all times, I think that is also what kind of brings forth a little bit of that ability to sense stuff. So like me and you obviously haven't had like the easiest life, but like comparatively to Wolf, it's like night and day. So that's why I feel like he can sense things a lot better than us, because he pays attention a lot more, not only like to his surroundings, but just to everything. Like, he notices details that me or you would kind of just ignore or gloss over. But because of how his bring up, or his how he was brought up and how he was raised, he kind of hones in on those kind of things. So things like, a shadow moving in the corner of his eye, to us, we might see the shadow. To him, he sees it like, oh, that's a whole person walking right next to me, because he's always seeing everything around him. And I think being aware, or being cognizant of your surroundings, I think also led to that. But that came from like an uneasy lifestyle, basically. And I think children who are like growing up and like are being raised, a lot of their younger years, they're being raised in safety, but a lot of the stuff they see for the first time, like, it can be nerve-wracking. And like for most kids, when they're sleeping, it might be like bedtime for us now, but for me, sleep meant like I was surrounded by darkness, alone. Like, it was always one of the scariest moments for me, and I always felt like it was always in that moment where like I was most sensitive to stuff. Like it was always when I was laying down in my room, dark, by myself, that I always felt like something was going on. Or, when I was in the middle of the night going to the bathroom by myself, it was darkness. That's when I always saw something, any apparitions. Like, so it might be that that sense of danger might help, or maybe not help, but like bring about your ability to sense stuff, I guess.
Right. No, that makes sense. I mean, I like I said, I've
Oh, you
never.
done? Okay, my bad.
This guy talked
Okay,
for 10
go ahead.
hours, and all of a sudden I bring up a quick story. Yes.
No, never mind all that. Look, here's how it works. When you're a kid, you're not aware of limitations of this world, so you're not affected by them as much. Discard everything Tony said. He don't know what he's talking about. All right.
Okay. You say so. But
But,
I've been sensitive all my life. Like I said, I've just never been one to see apparitions or anything. I don't see those things. But I've had situations where I think I've been kind of aware of spiritual warfare for a long time. Let's just say that. One side's battling to get, one side's always battling to get you. So it's a choice up to which one you're going to let. And thankfully God's always been my main choice. So I stay away from things. But I've also been of the mind I believe people have spiritual gifts. I believe that people have certain gifts, but I've always been cautious about how you go about using it, because I never want to cross that line and get on the dark side, because it's very easy to do that. As soon as you step on that side. And I've been around people that do witchcraft and all that stuff, and just not my scene.
People do witchcraft without even actually doing it. When you curse someone out,
Mm-hmm.
that it's called cursing for a reason. You're actually spell casting.
Absolutely. And these are things that I've learned now, as I've gotten older. But this is the learning curve, understanding all the supernatural things that happen. And I have a much clearer vision than I had even 5 years ago. Viewpoint about how it all relates, and I would say that I probably agree with you, Josh. Probably 95%, maybe not 100. I don't.
Not
agree
good
100%.
enough. Kick her off with the show.
Well,
this is a cult.
I'd say
my detractors will tell you that I need you to be 100%, or I don't like you. That's not true at all.
Because this is a cult, right?
There's a lot of people that don't agree with me. Most of my colleagues don't agree with me, even 80%. But that's okay to not agree. Some people, they get so worked up and butthurt if you don't agree with them 100%.
Non-believer.
I'm suspicious of anybody.
With stones.
I'm suspicious of anybody that tries to don't point the little hands on me. That's just bad. I'm suspicious of anybody that's like 100, like they have 100%. They're sure 100% that a ghost is this, or that Bigfoot is an ape, or an alien comes from another planet. I mean, any of this stuff. Because I'm sorry, if it does, why do you, when you evoke the name of Jesus during an abduction, why does it go away?
Yeah, why does it stop? And that's the thing too. Somebody tried to get snarky, and they're like, well, they're like, you talk about the Levant. Well, in the Levant, he's known as Isis. And I'm like, yeah, he's known as many different names. But if you invoke it, and it really just boils down to something very simple. It's intent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can call him my Lord and Savior. And if you, in your heart, you know who your Lord and Savior is, then that's the same thing. You don't even have to really say it if you think it enough, because and tomorrow night we're going to get into a story that was given to us where a woman's head was pushed down into pillows, and she couldn't say anything, but she thought it and she visualized it, and she's a very I think from what it seems to me, she's a very powerful, spiritually powerful person. And I mean, everybody always likes to talk about the truth and this and that, and the truth is that what it is everybody has their own twisted version of it.
Oh
You know,
yeah, yeah, like I said,
that's a big problem. I mean, everybody says that's my truth. Well, that's your truth, but that's not the truth. Like somebody can say, if I gave Tony $1 to go get milk, and he goes and uses his credit card, then he can say, well, he didn't give me that money to get milk. I used my credit card, but you still gave him the money.
right,
Yeah.
exactly.
You see what
exactly.
I'm saying? And then they'll twist it
Mhm.
and say, well, that's not what actually happened. You know, and I mean, you know, like I can put this hat on my head and somebody can say, yeah, he was wearing a hat. And then later on you fast forward and the hat's off. No, he wasn't. He was just because what you saw was me not wearing the hat.
Oh yeah,
You know,
yeah.
it's all a matter of like, you know, and so some people become experts in their life at obfuscating, and when they get caught at it, you know, then they cry and they throw temper tantrums, and that's a big problem because I've had listeners like turn on me because I don't agree with whatever agenda it is that they're pushing. And
Well,
when they come to me and I've literally had like a few of them come to me and tell me what I am supposed to say because they've donated or they have been a supporter. And I'm like, you can't tell me.
Yeah,
And
we're
they
not
said,
for sale.
you said that you told the truth. Well, the truth is in this part of the Bible. And I'm like,
Yep.
that's your truth of what you believe. But I have the right to not believe that. And I can say, look, this is not my truth. This is not what I believe. You know, and there are certain things that are ironclad. Well, did this person say this exact statement? And do you have witnesses? Yeah, that's one thing you can say. But when you start saying, well, you know, this person believes this and person believes that, you know, that's when you start getting into territory. How do you know? You know,
Yeah.
you really don't. And
Eh.
so you can't skirt certain things. There's certain things that are absolutes, but there are all kinds of slippery ways to get out of it. And then it comes down to intent.
right.
What
And,
is your intent? If your intent is to do harm to someone,
mm-hmm,
that's
mm-hmm.
still considered slander and libel and whatever.
Yeah.
And
Right.
a lot of people have a lot of intent that's really bad. And they think like the elites that they can skirt around karma. You can't.
Well, you know the deep state isn't just about political things and government. It's
No,
everything. It's everywhere. It's
everything,
even it's even in the cryptid community because
Yeah.
it, like I said, it's all connected, and it goes back to the war between God and Satan, or you know, good versus evil. That's what it's
Good
all
versus
about.
evil. That's right.
That's what it's all about. That's
And
it.
everybody's
That's it.
pawns in between, and people get tricked into using the
Mhm.
Bible itself as a tool for evil. I mean, I know some people
Mhm.
that do it all the time. I mean, that's just what they do.
Yeah, yeah, and the you know the aspect that I mean I've been a Christian for a long time, but it wasn't until these last couple years that I have come into understanding what my authority is as a Christian. The authority to that's why I can cleanse a place out because I stand in that authority and I stand faith that I can't tell you that, you know, I mean, my faith is absolute because I've had too many times I should have been dead in a car accident. I mean, you know, things, I've had so many things happen to me that I've just walked away from, you know, no problem. And I've seen God happen in my life. I felt probably the most intense I've ever felt of the presence of God was when my mom passed away. And she started to go like 3 different times, and every time it felt the room felt like it was like buzzing with this intense energy. It was the trippiest thing I've ever experienced. You know, God's real.
Yeah.
So,
Well, Sonda, thank you. We're going to move to the next guest,
You go
but thank
for
you for those encounters, those stories. That's pretty. Thank you for calling in.
Yeah, we appreciate your time.
Yeah. Are you there, Sandra?
Are you with us?
I think you got that.
Maybe we lost her. Joe,
Hey, how's it going?
are you there?
Yeah.
Hey, so Sandra, we let you go. I don't know what happened. We kind of lost you there or whatever. Joe, so what's going on with you, man?
All right. Well, there's a few things I can actually talk about. But first and foremost, I did have a UFO sighting in 2022. And it occurred over here in New Mexico, which is, you know, the hotbed for UFOs. And what I saw was just super bizarre. I'll try to put it into words the best I can. I was facing west, and it was approximately about 9:30 in the evening, so it was already dark. And what I saw before me was this blue light appear out in the sky. And are you familiar with the show Knight Rider?
Oh yeah, I am.
Yeah.
I know
Okay.
these two
Okay.
probably don't know what that is,
Oh,
but yeah.
I know what
okay.
it is. I've
So
just never watched it.
okay. Well, you recall the way that light would pulsate on the front of Kit,
Hmm.
the car.
Oh
Okay.
yeah.
Well, okay. So I saw that exact type of pulsating of a blue light shooting upwards. And now it did that like 6 times. Okay. And every time it would disappear at where it would where okay, when it would pulsate upwards, it would disappear at a certain distance and then restart where it appeared in the beginning. And it did that 6 times. The seventh time and the eighth time, when it came on again, it was two red orbs. Now, when those orbs appeared, there was no sound, no nothing, and they just proceeded to start, flying across the sky. Now, as they got right directly above me, one of the orbs just disappeared, and the other one that stayed on kept flying east. And once the one that was flying east got, a good distance away, suddenly I heard the sound of what I know for a fact was a military jet that appeared, or should I say, came from exactly from the direction where these orbs appeared, and then it was tailing the exact path of that other red orb, and it was hauling butt. I mean, and when the jet when those military jets are really hauling butt, they just make that noise, and you can see
Hmm.
the afterburner, and it's crazy, right? It's crazy to see one of those jets like that. But yeah, that's my UFO sighting. That's like my first ever major UFO sighting. I've seen some other stuff, and nothing that tops this one. Um, Second thing I would want to mention real quick is orbs. I seem to see a lot of orbs in my camera footage that I record. Um, every place I've ever lived, there's always been orbs in my camera footage. I'm not sure if it's necessarily the place or if it's me, you know. Um, and then the third thing to mention real quick is a subject that is kind of touchy. Um, and if you don't want to go there, I totally understand. But it's the subject of gang stalking. It's kind of new. It's kind of newer. Um, a lot of people, and when I say people, I mean like the mental health community and police and those type of individuals are all playing the mental health card game when it comes to um, discrediting people who come forward about this particular nefarious program entering their life. For me personally, it entered in 2018 and it peaked out in 2020. And then from then on, I've just been dealing with it. And it's a crazy thing to experience and have to go through. But once you get a grip of it, when you understand what's going on, then you start to really put the pieces of the puzzle together. And I can definitely say without a doubt that I am pretty sure most of those active situations, that have been taking people out, I'm sure most of them, not all of them, but most of them are attributable to this program entering their life. Um, the other thing about this program that I will say is that it seems like it's got many aspects to it as far as like the people that you deal with on a day-to-day basis. I've come across some individuals that I would question if they were human. Okay.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I've Oh gosh, you guys just are confirming that, just giving me goosebumps going down my back.
Yeah.
That
We've
that
been there,
that
believe
creeps
me.
me out, man. Damn. Ooh, I'm getting some
Yeah, it's like
major
they're pretending
goosebumps.
to be human, you know.
Yeah, I don't know if you remember the show where me and my brother talked about how we saw this. We call him the Bug Man.
Mhm.
He was
Okay.
in an elevator. You just go back. It's crazy. I mean, we've had a lot. Me and Anthony just recently had somebody we thought was a. We were just looking at him. We were like, that
Oh
person
man.
just is like pretending. They're not,
No.
it just looked
Okay.
fake. And Tony, you know that we've had it too.
Hmm.
One of the pools we worked at, there was a guy that would show up regularly and never get in the pool and just stare at the water. And we were like, "What's?" I don't think that was mental health. I think he was pretending to be human. I mean, that's I don't know.
Mm.
There are just some people I think that just stand around watching too much, or like you can just sense that like they just don't fit in, like in a sense, like not even like oh, it's just like you can sense that there's just something off, and you can't put it to words, and I think it's hard to explain, but you can just feel it, and I think it's because like our spirit reacts to them or something.
Mhm. I think some people are something more than or different than human, and they don't even know it themselves.
Oh yeah, I think so,
They're not even
definitely.
aware.
Yeah.
One of my roommates years ago, when I was college age, I was no longer in school, but and he had this girlfriend that he said that he would wake up and she would be sitting on the edge of the bed staring off into space.
Hmm.
And one time when he looked at her, yeah, and y'all know the guy. I mean, but if I should say his name, but he looked at her and he said that in her eyes he saw what looked like the universe.
Hmm.
Like, and I think I might have said it on the show even.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But he said that he saw like how the universe looks, like in pictures and stuff. It was like
Mhm.
in her eyes, real quick, and he was like, "What the hell?" And he asked her about her nighttime sitting up and whatever bobbing and back and forth on the bed, and she didn't remember any of it. She had no recollection of it. She would just have these weird dreams where she said she was like on what seemed like an alien world with different plants and weird looking
Hmm.
things flying in the sky that she didn't even describe as birds. And yeah, it got really weird. And then she started sleepwalking, and then it was just a weird thing. And then eventually they started having all kinds of problems because she was very disconnected to the point where he just felt like she wasn't human. And he told us that, and we kind of dismissed it. Years ago, we weren't the same people we are now, me and my friends, but um, yeah, it was a friend of me and Starscream and Squid, Diablo, Scorpion, everybody, and he didn't know what to do with her.
Mhm.
And this was going on from like when early on in their relationship, not something that just started. And her family said she'd been doing that for years. And then when her mother told him that when she was little, she would tell her stories of where she came from, which was like some sort of alien world.
Yeah.
And I don't think that was just a child's imagination when our friend actually sees something in her eyes that doesn't look natural, you
Mhm.
know? But anyway, sorry, we got off on a tangent there. Go
No, you're
ahead, Joe.
good. No, you're good. You're good. You're good. Um, just to also briefly mention, being that we're talking about non-human people or entities, there's two other times that I encountered individuals that I had to question if they were, human, like a regular person. Um, and most of the time, these individuals, what's really bizarre is they all look like Voldemort from Harry Potter.
Mm,
You know what I'm saying? Like they're
yeah.
all bald,
Mhm.
they got no eyebrows. Like basically, they look like they're cancer patients in a sense.
Real
Like they have
pale.
no. Yes, yes. But I don't think they are because the vibe is just off with them. You know what I'm saying? Like you can
Mhm.
feel it. They're evil, dude. You can feel it. But one other thing to mention that might be of interest is not related to the gang stalking. This is something just totally different. I spent some time down in Peru, and I was down there with some of the shamans, and I had some very interesting experiences, such as telepathy. Of course, this occurred while under the influence of the ayahuasca, and there was also group how would you word this? There was instances where people that were in the ceremony all had the same exact vision, which was, kind of bizarre. um, I personally had my very first lucid dream after an ayahuasca ceremony. That was super intense. That was my first time, having a lucid dream. It's just so crazy to even think that that's possible. I've tried to induce it, no luck, no luck at all. Um, but that kind of leads me, talking about dreams now. And now that just leading myself into that. There is this one time where I I was kind of having a bout of sleep paralysis. Now, this one particular time when I had the sleep paralysis, I was able to maintain my anxiety, and I kept my eyes closed throughout the whole episode, and I controlled my breathing and tried to just maintain a positive outlook. Um, because everyone I think would agree that when you enter sleep paralysis, that there's like a nefarious feeling in the air,
Mm-hmm.
or it's like a really heavy energy. Um, but here's something that I just wanted to share that was really, really weird. So I remained calm through the whole thing, and suddenly it was just like instantaneous. I was feeling very light, and I felt fine, and I was okay, but I just felt extremely light. So I opened my eyes, and then when I did open my eyes, what I realized was I was looking at a person sleeping on a bed. But then as I looked in more detail, I realized it was me sleeping in my bed. And when I had that realization, I went right back into my body and I jumped out of bed wide awake. And then I realized, that was my very first OBE, my very first outer body experience. But anytime sleep paralysis occurs, because I still get it every now and then, but whenever it occurs, I don't try to enter that state again. I'm also pretty sure that what I was also doing was entering the initial phase of astral projection. And I don't know if I'm really ready for that stuff yet, but at least I know kind of how to enter it now. But yeah, just really that, man. And just throughout my life, I've just had some really interesting experiences. I'm sure a lot of us all have. I'm sure a lot of us all have, but when it comes to like the supernatural, paranormal, that kind of stuff, I've experienced quite a few weird other things. But that's all I just really wanted to mention for now, and
Yeah.
that go ahead and take it from there. And if anyone wants to jump on,
Yeah. A question before you leave, though. These
sure.
beings you observe, how many times in your life have you felt like
Three,
you
three
three?
times, yes.
And you saw them as like these sort of Voldemort. They almost sound like vampires, but is that? I mean, how would you describe? Like you saw them that way,
Every
no one else did.
here's the weird thing. Every time I saw them, what they would do is give me this very grimacing look because they knew that I was acknowledging them, but they also knew that, that they were there. And here's the thing though, these beings were only showing their face during the time when I was at the extreme height of the gang stalking.
Hmm.
And what I mean by that is, it's just like I was under extreme pressure, under extreme duress. Um, and I think that part of the gang stalking is when it's at that phase, it's because they're trying to really take you out
Oh yeah.
seriously.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and once I got through that hump, now I just have to deal on the daily with just a lot of just odd stuff. And most of my weird stuff occurs while I'm driving and in grocery stores.
Because one of the things that I learned from the vampire cult people that I talked to, which was Carlos and what's his name, Gerald and can't remember the guy's name now, Joel. talking to those three individuals. And then since then, I've talked to a woman named Eve. Now, I've only corresponded with her through email. I haven't spoken to her on a phone or anything like that. But she has been very interesting and talking about it from a female's perspective. And she said that one of the things that was interesting to me, that she says that they have this ability to, mimic human behavior to a T, where they're like their sociopathic behavior from some of these higher ups, but their others are so strong, but that some people can see through the veil, as she called it. And she said that, that these people, probably like you, Joe, where they see them for what they are. And when they are, that other is attached to them, they see them as the melding of the two. And it looks like they have this snake-like nose, as she calls it.
Oh my gosh, dude. Right on
Yeah.
point.
And she
Yeah.
said that the eyes will look sort of slitted up and snake-like, because Eve's opinion on these others are that they are, get this. This is her opinion. Now, I asked, there's another guy who goes by the name of Madrid. Now, that dude I have not had a whole lot of talking with, but he is the most recent who got out, who tried to get out. But Madrid was backing her up, saying that they are the disembodied reptilian beings, and that they're from one particular race who are vampiric. And that they were actually, it gets really weird, dude. It gets really weird. What they were saying was that they had been taken over by another species. Now, these reptilians were here from the time of the war with the descendants of the fallen, which would be the giants. Like there was an invasion by reptilians, the Nephilim. Yeah, but these were the Nephilim. This was an offshoot of the Nephilim.
Okay.
And they were supposedly, they lose their freaking minds if I say this, our progenitors, that we came from them, and we have a reptilian in us because of that. We have it in us. And that's where our anger and violence and all that comes from. Area Trans just said the Vril. Yes. Okay. So that being said, what they do is they are reptilians, but they're vampires. Now, one of my listeners sent me a clip from a show called Dusk Till Dawn. And I've seen a couple episodes of it. It was the seasons. It was the TV show. Y'all remember that?
Yeah.
Okay. And those vampires looked reptilian. Well, what they were is not a race of vampires originally, but that this other race of aliens who were basically like a type of go-between, like a mercenary race, had the brilliant idea to bring these vampire entities into our world and then release them underground so that they would destroy the reptilians.
Huh.
And I thought that would be really stupid, because what happens if two things. What happens if if it doesn't work, but they manage to change the reptilians into something worse, which it did. And then you have the vampires that are still there. The vampiric race or whatever is still there. So then you have a hybridization that takes place from these other beings who come along later on, because what people don't realize is the Earth keeps being visited over and over again by different species. And then they just take up residence and they stay, or they get stuck here, or they get left here, or whatever. So then they end up, creating another program where they make more of them. And then humans come along and they're like, hey, we want to dabble and, meddle with all of this and make it into a weapon. So let's create vampires that are weapons. So so they get a specimen and they turn it into something. There are stories of an Austrian unit. It was in I think it was I want to say Palermo, but it was like an Austrian unit. There was a guy who sent me a story that his grandfather's unit that was Austrian during World War II, and they fought for Germany. But some of them fought for Italy because they were in that in between zone.
Yeah.
And they were fighting the Americans alongside their Italian and Hungarian allies, because a lot of people don't realize Hungary was a very big ally of Italy and Germany and Japan. But they were fighting at this one battle, and they encountered a unit of vampires. Like, they were vampiric beings that were let out of like this enclosure by British soldiers. There wasn't a whole pack of them. There was like 4 or 5 of them, but they were almost impossible to kill. And so they had to go into a church, and it's this whole story that I was given, and they had to go into a church, and they had a priest that came out and helped them to exorcise these beings. They were not, and they weren't really like trying to fight. There was some sort of control mechanism in place. And once they got hit a couple times, they would just take off. But they witnessed them.
Yeah.
And they had retractable wings, these beings. This is what this guy said. His grandfather told him. He had a letter that looked really official from a priest who was actually not just a priest. He was a bishop, like what do you call it? Whatever it is in that region. But I got to show you guys. It's really crazy. And so when I was talking to these guys from the vampire cult, they were saying, yeah, that's probably what that is. And Eve seems to be of the opinion, along with this other guy that calls himself Madrid, that that's what they are. The others looked very reptilian, and he saw his crawl off of his back and then go like slither down onto his sink. Like, he saw like this sort of avatar image of it, like it's like an avatar, it's like what it shows itself as. And it was like a snake with a head, a human head. And it looked like a reptilian. And then it kind of slowly turned into like a humanoid shape. But that is what they originally looked like when they had bodies.
Yeah.
And this being communicated with them. And his seemed to be a lot more forthcoming about their origin. And that at one time he was this reptilian being, thousands of years ago.
Yeah.
I mean, and when you look at the big scheme of things, they're really not that old. They're like, 70,000 years or something this being has been around.
Yeah, in the history of
But in the history of the world's been around for 4 billion years. So where did this dude come from? Like, who was his progenitor? I mean, like I said, it goes down this rabbit hole that gives me a headache. I started going like, what is this? But then I started talking to a couple other researchers who've been, another person to talk to about this, James Bartley. He can give you a lot of information on, or David Icke. And those guys can tell you a lot about this. But you go down this rabbit hole, and then you come along, Joe, and you see them for what they are, and you're like, what the hell is that? What that is probably what we would think of as a vampire. Mm-hmm. That has it's very pronounced, and you're witnessing it. And you're not the first person that's come to us and told us that they've seen something like that. I mean, I had an HEB clerk that we gave our business card to reach out a few weeks ago and say that she can see things on people's backs when she's checking people out at the grocery store. Her question to me, and I'll answer it right here on the air, was, how many different things are there? And I said that there are as many different things out there as there are stars in the sky.
Yeah.
There's a lot of different stars in the sky. I mean, and think of every potential system as having a possible world like Earth, if you believe like that. Why would God just make us? Some of my colleagues are the opinion that Earth is the center of the universe. I'm not. I don't believe that. I believe we are a part of the universe, and I believe we're the center of it. Mm-hmm. But I do believe that God is infinite. He can create as many things as he wants. And then I believe his creations can create. And his creations can create. Because the life and breath and spark of God is infinite. To box everybody in and say, well, this is all that God did. This is just this little bitty, and we're all, that is so arrogant and so blindly just hubris. To put characteristics on God like he can't be, if you believe like certain people, like the Buddhists, for instance, right? And I'm not saying I'm a Buddhist, but Them and the Mormons have something in common. They both believe that everyone who is right with the universe, with God, can become his own master of his own world. Like they all believe that you can actually go on to become basically a godlike being that controls your own universe, and that you can create it. But it all eventually leads back to the same source, right? They call it the source. So it goes back. The thing that we don't understand is where is the beginning? Because we as people, we have this linear idea of time, which we can't comprehend things.
Yeah.
Where did we come from? Now, there's another theory that another universe very similar to ours, a race of beings spawned our universe, right? But then there would be the question, who created them? Well, this person, this being, whatever. Well, who created him? Well, this being did, this being.
Yeah.
And it just keeps like a Russian doll. It just keeps going back and up. And then there's like, well, the 8th level. And I had a kid one day ask me a question, and it was one of my little nephew's friends. And he's not a little kid. He's like 14, 15, whatever. But that's a kid to me. But he said, he goes, I got a question though. If God resides above the 7th level, then what is above the 7th? What is above God?
Mm-hmm.
Well, nothing's above God. Well, then who created God? Well, he created himself. Like, but it just keeps on. There's no
Or just
real
always was and
always will
know,
be.
like-
Yeah. And there's no, so then this world was created. It was spun off so that they could figure out the nature of reality and the consciousness. So they use this as a simulation. The problem is that, like the Gnostics say, that the creator of this world was evil, or he was ignorant.
Mm-hmm.
Or it was just Shaitan, throwing us into a matrix, spinning us off into a matrix, which could have happened in 2012, right? Because he threw us into this matrix because he's trying to figure it out himself, because he wants to be God. So he is the master of this world, as Jesus says. He calls him the God of this world. And then people will argue all day long about who he is and what he is and what God is, and but if you deal in absolutes, then there's going to be some problems you're not going to be able to solve. Because if you have your mind made up, and I know people who, I'm 25 years old, I made up my mind about the whole world, the whole universe. I know everything. And they cease to learn because they've figured it out. I'll tell you right now, I'll be 49 in a couple of weeks, and I haven't figured it out. I don't think 150 years is enough to figure it out. I don't think 1,000 years. I don't think these beings that have been here for tens of thousands of years could figure it out. We all really don't know. We're just on the crap table of life, rolling the dice.
Yeah.
Joe?
Absolutely.
I mean, I didn't mean to get in a big old sermon. I'm just trying to. But it's interesting that you saw that, though. It's very interesting. If you want, I'm writing a book about vampires right now, and I'm in the middle of trying to. If you want to email me those encounters, that would be great, and I could, put them in there.
Okay. What's the best way to reach out to you?
Yeah, it's Josh Turner at prtpodcast.com.
Was Josh Turner at PRE Podcast?
PRT.
Yeah, PRT Podcast.
PRTpodcast.com. Okay, yeah, perfect. The only thing I wanted to mention about that, and then I'm going to get off the line here, is two of the people looked exactly pretty much like. Are you familiar with Nosferatu?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay, so the two of them looked just like that,
Oh, wow.
minus the ears and like the exaggerated features, but two of them looked just like that. And then the other experience or encounter was I was shopping at Trader Joe's, and there was this man and this woman together. They were dressed like kind of like, to me, what would seem like 80s business attire.
Mm-hmm.
And they were very pale, and their eyes, I recall they having their I believe they call it their countenance, right? The countenance of the eye. It was like really dark. And what was really bizarre was I saw them, I saw them noticing me. And then when I left, I went to Sprouts, which is another grocery store, because
Yeah, I go there.
Okay, cool, cool. So I get other things from there. And as I'm there getting those few items, all of a sudden I get that weird feeling like I'm being watched. And I turn my head, and sure enough, it's that same couple. And they're just standing down in the what's that section where you pick up all the bulk. They were in the bulk
Yeah,
section,
the
and they were
book.
just
Yeah.
there standing with a bag, not doing anything, just standing there with a bag and staring at me. And it was really weird. And then when I got to the checkout, I pointed them out to the cashier lady, and once I did that, they turned around immediately and then just tried to act like they were fitting in with the rest of the background. But it was just super bizarre. But
Yeah, it sounds like it. You gotta hit me up, dude, and we can for sure. But I
Okay.
appreciate you calling in, Joe.
Well, thank you, man.
Absolutely. Thank you, Josh. Appreciate
Yeah.
it. You guys have all of a great afternoon. Take care.
You too.
You too, man.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Bye.
So let me go back to Sean real quick. Hey, Sean, let me tell you
Hey.
something, so you don't have to wait around. How would you like to record with us? Because you have so much, and we could just start over from the beginning, and we could give it all that out there to the podcast people.
That would be fantastic.
Yeah, that way
I
we
will-
have a
Somebody
dedicated
just
day.
emailed Nellie yesterday, and she was answering. She's always trying to be nice and answer everybody. It's hard.
Yeah.
And they were like, when is he going to make more podcast episodes? And we're like, we're trying. So we need more interviews to do the podcast episodes, and more to retell people's stories too, to get on there and do it. So I'd like to record with you. So let's set something up maybe for this coming Wednesday. If you're not doing anything Wednesday, I think I'm free.
I definitely could try on Wednesday. I do work until 3:30, so I'd have to set up
Okay.
some time after that.
After 3:30 p.m.
Yeah.
Are you Central or what are you?
Mountain time.
Okay, Mountain Time. That's great. I'm 4:30, so maybe we could do it that evening and we could record.
I could see what I can do set up. Of course, it's a shame I have this entire weekend free, and the Monday too, because it's Canada Day.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, because I got Monday, I got to do the interview with the guy from Sweden, but that we can definitely set something up. We'll try to. Let me see what we can do, because
Sure.
I got a lot to do, and I got to record a Tuesday show on Sunday night after the show. So, which is going to be a good one, guys. You got to check this out. But yeah, definitely, I want to get it. I want to get some recording done. I have a lot of people I need to record with too.
Okay, because I do have a lot more to share.
Yeah, so we'll
Decent
do that.
stuff.
Let's do that way they don't have to wait in the queue.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, what's the best way to keep in contact with you guys?
Yeah, just hit me up on Josh Turner at prtpodcast.com.
Yeah, perfect. I get a post of that here. I can copy that, and I'll
Yeah.
send you an email.
Yeah, just send it to it's scrolling at the bottom there. Josh Turner at prtpodcast.com.
Okay. Yeah, I see it right there. Perfect.
Yep. You can send it to me in my email. Sometimes it gets thrown into spam. I've had a lot of people tell me they've emailed me, and sometimes I forget to check my spam folder, and I'll go in there, and there will literally be 100 things in there. I mean, it's a lot. So yeah, but I'll be looking for you, and just say, hey, it's me, Sean, and so we'll record.
Yeah, let's definitely do that. That'd be great.
The podcast people, I think, will really like it. All right, thanks, Sean.
Oh, thank you.
All right. And Area Trance, if you can hear me, same goes for you. If you want to, you have a lot of stuff that you want to talk about. Maybe we could do something. Let me get you on here. What do you think about that? You could maybe record with me or something. We could do something.
Oh yeah, definitely.
You could just tell your experiences, because we're looking to do more for the podcast people, and that way you don't have to tell a little bit at a time or whatever, because we have so many people who want to. The queue was filled up earlier. We were like, it was a big old thing there.
Yeah, that's guys, if you have if you guys want to join the queue and just tell like a few short stories and then maybe set something up for later.
Yeah, because if you have a lot to do, like if you're an experiencer and you have somebody who wants to do, because we have a bunch of, I get a lot of stories and people don't realize it. And a lot of people, I'm not tooting my horn, but a lot of people want to hear me retell them. they like to hear me retell their encounters, but sometimes people want to tell their own stories, and that's even better for me. Some people like me to retell it. Some people like to hear other people's encounters. Just whatever your cup of tea is. It doesn't matter, you know. But and then Maddie says here to join the PRT Facebook group or whatever, you know. So yeah, let's do that, Ari, because you have a lot too. So get in touch with me through Josh Turner at PRTpodcast.com.
All right.
Okay.
Cool.
All right. Thanks. So 86, longtime listener, first time caller.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you good.
Okay, good. Yeah, first of all, I just want to say thank you very much for your channel. I've been following you for a long time, since before PRT, obviously, on another channel.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it's really good. It's really good. It's given me a place to you know, follow all this weird stuff that nobody else in my life is into. It's you know, yeah, it's really good. You guys are great. And as a consequence, obviously, I've been following everybody else. So it's really good. It's really good because there's not too many things here, like experiences and things that I really know of, you know, and having you guys around, and obviously people like Barton and stuff, you know, Blondes and Booze and all the gang. It's really good, and to interact with all you guys from the other side of the world, it's fantastic. I love it.
So what do you have like that's happened to you?
Okay, so this is the first time anything's ever happened to me, and it's just really, I don't know, it's kind of rattled me, actually, to be honest. And okay, so a couple of months ago, I had an experience. It wasn't really anything, you know, dramatic, but it just kind of freaked me out. So I was laying in bed just watching TV, and there was a few. I'll admit, I was watching a few horror movies from the 80s, and I had a bit of a marathon, and I was actually, it was in the day too, so I was watching them through the daytime. It wasn't really like late at night or anything like that. And so where I was in the bedroom, I was lying in the bed watching TV, and I can see into the kitchen, and I have those pull down blinds, you know, they're retractable, and the house was closed, and I saw out the corner of my eye a black shadow, I guess that's the only way I can describe it, move in front of the blind. And I knew it was actually a thing because the blind was moving quite violently, kind of like, you know, if you had like an oscillating fan passing in front of you, it would just sort of move and flap backwards and forwards. Yeah, I was in two minds whether I'd actually seen it or not, and I have to say I didn't get up in a hurry. I was just frozen to the bed, basically. I didn't get up and look what it was, but that's the only way I can describe it. It was just like a shadow being. Now, I've never had any experience at all, and I never actually even knew about shadow people before I started listening to PRT. So yeah, that kind of freaked me out. I think you guys had a live stream like the next day, and I might have mentioned it in the chat. A few people were sort of on me about trying to tell the story, but I didn't worry about it. So, and the next encounter actually happened about 2 weeks ago. I was watching some stuff on Barton's channel. So we're going to blame Barton for this one, basically. So he had a guest on who had a Bigfoot encounter, and I thought it was quite interesting. So I actually went to her website and checked out her channel. Well, I have to say there was a video on that channel that absolutely chilled me to the bone for no reason I can explain. It was just absolutely incredibly creepy. So I remember thinking at the time, maybe I shouldn't be watching this. You know, this is really, it really affected me. I've watched a lot of stuff, you know, and this thing, for some unknown reason, I don't know what, it just absolutely floored me. So what happened after that was that night I was asleep, obviously, and it was pretty late because I've been up, you know, watching YouTube all night pretty much, and I don't know whether it was a dream or not, but I actually felt like something was something was a weight. There was a weight on top of me. It was actually felt quite heavy, like I was actually being pushed into the mattress, basically. Just I could feel this weight. I was sleeping on my side. I always sleep on my side, and it was just weird. And it kind of appeared to me. Again, I don't know whether it was a dream or not, but it appeared to me like a shadow person or smoke. It was just crazy. So I don't remember too much. I just remember that happening, and the weird thing about it for me was the next morning I woke up, and it looked like there'd been a party in my apartment. It was just there was stuff on the floor. There was you know, there was pillows that had been off the bed that weren't off the bed, you know, when I'd previously gone to sleep. There was a plastic empty Coke bottle on the ground. There was just stuff everywhere, just in the bedroom. And I remember waking up thinking, what on earth is this? And the thing that actually freaked me out the most was when I woke up. I had my mum passed away a couple of years ago, and I've got her. We're Catholic, by the way. Just thought I'd say that. So she was a quite staunch Catholic, and my sister and I grew up as Catholics and Catholic faith. And I have her rosary beads after she passed away. I actually have them hanging on the bed. They're actually on the head of my bed. And when I woke up the next morning, the rosary beads were actually in the bed with me. So I'd pull back the covers to try and remake the bed after everything had gone, and the rosary beads were actually in the bed. Now they definitely weren't there when I went to sleep. They were hanging on the side of the bed as they are right now. And look, I don't know what to say. I don't know whether it had come from watching that video. I don't know if you guys believe whether things can. I know you talk about things manifesting and stuff, but can it come through? Can be done like through social media, like through YouTube.
Do we lose him?
Hello?
You there?
You there? You got me?
Yeah.
Okay.
We lost you for a minute there.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I just don't know. What do you guys think that it could have been from the stuff I've been watching on YouTube?
Well, I mean, it could be from anything you're watching.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that
Yeah.
like if the eyes are the window to the soul, that there's meaning to that. So like what we watch has a profound effect on our mindset. Our mindset has a profound effect on what we perceive. So yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's as simple as like you watch something and because you watch something, it calls something to manifest. I think that there's more steps in between, but that's kind of my oversimplification of it, which is just off the cuff pondering how it might work,
Yeah.
You also have to
right,
remember. I was going to say, you also have to
sorry.
remember, like, there's been a lot of cases of things, adopting the form of something, that you find scary. It could have just been whatever it was doing something similar to that because you had this, image or this
like
kind of
like for Tony,
thing.
for example, your big fear is doing work. So it would look like somebody that's your boss. It would be me. So he'd be.
I mean, that's a fear, but the big fear is not necessarily doing work; it's working out. That's the big one.
So it would be like a pile of weights.
Yeah.
My spirit
It'd be
animal is
his-
a sloth.
it'd be the sloth.
I'm just mad at you guys that you can't accept it.
So
Okay.
Banjo
Okay.
looks at him and he
Fair
sees
enough, Tony.
he sees a sloth person.
Yeah.
You know, the way Joe saw the vampire
Yeah, I
guy,
was gonna say,
whatever.
if you
His,
saw-
his other is a sloth.
My other clings on my back with 4 hooks.
Yeah.
The thing
You
I
This
see
is
him
not a
with
I think it
koala.
is-
Koala's like it's like the dumbest
You just
animal
see him
on
with
earth.
his 2 fingers.
yeah, koalas need. Yeah.
Poor little things. They are not
They
too bright.
they drop on people, right? I mean, I heard that.
No,
Koala, yeah.
They just fall on people.
They're
That's
very
not-
smooth
They'll-
brained.
They'll just fall out of trees. Like they're so uncoordinated. There's no reason for them to exist. They should be extinct.
86. You have a fan there. Lolo says he has the best accent. She's like, he has the best accent, the best one. It's awesome. He's from Australia. What
yes.
part are you from?
From
I'm
Melbourne.
just from Sydney. I'm from
Sydney. Hey, where the funnel webs hanging out there, eh, mate?
Yeah, mate.
I think you have one of
mate,
the
funnel
coolest-
webs.
You know, they got the huntsman. You got the funnel web there. They're playing soccer.
It's one of
They
the
say football there.
Hey,
coolest accents
Yeah,
and
they're
one of the
nothing-
coolest people, but I'll never go there.
Oh
because
God,
I saw
Australia's a nightmare.
yeah,
I saw
yeah.
a thing saying that a tourist got bit and he has to get all 4 of his arms amputated.
What?
Why would he get all 4 of his arms?
I don't know.
Wow.
How do you have all? Is he Goro?
No, he said he got bit. by a
Goro went
spider.
there from Mortal Kombat and got bit. Now even Goro's losing his arms.
I don't know what happened.
Or it
Yeah,
could be
yeah.
He's losing all
Funnel
4
webs are-
arms.
All 4 limbs.
He
Funnel
became
webs
a
are no
super
joke, man.
paraplegic because of one spider bite.
86. Have you ever seen a funnel web there? That'd be one of the scariest things.
Yeah. So where I used to
Oh.
live, not where I'm living now. I used to live basically in the bush here. You know, it's when I was married, I lived behind a national park in here and just outside of about 2 hours out of Sydney. And
Wow.
and yeah, we had everything: snakes, brown snakes, black snakes. Yeah, it was basically in our backyard. You know, so yeah, I've seen a few things. Luckily, nothing has happened. But yeah, they're you know.
How are they getting to
They're nothing
people's
to play with.
attics too? And their garage, dude.
just
Oh,
like-
Yeah. I used to have to shake my work boots out in the morning before I put them on. You know, just to make sure. I had a couple
we
of
do
times,
that
so-
here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Dang,
recluses.
brown
Yeah, for
recluses, because they're
brown
little
recluses.
bastards like that, and they'll make you
Yeah.
lose your limbs.
Yeah.
I guess that's what
Yeah,
he was
right.
talking about. But all 4 of them,
No.
they bit. He jumped
I'll go
around and
find
bit
it.
each
All 4
limb.
I'll go
arms.
find it and I'll show it to you. but
I
it was
think
All 4.
all 4.
the whole thing about the funnel web is look, I'm no expert. I'm not Steve Irwin, but I think they've the size to like, the fang size ratio is like bigger than some venomous snakes. You know,
It's
so they've got
crazy.
massive-
It is insane. They're a genetic anomaly in the way that they have so much venom.
Yes.
They'll kill you. I mean, if they
Yes,
bite you,
yeah.
you're dead. I mean,
Yeah,
it's not
yeah.
and it's extremely painful too.
Yeah, because the fangs are huge. Fangs are huge. You know, they're bigger than some snakes. So and they're aggressive too. They'll actually follow you.
Yeah, they'll run after you. I've seen it
Yeah,
on videos.
Yep.
They're just like, like, dude, what the heck is that?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, man. Yeah.
mhm.
Yeah. Nothing to still can't take any care of, so it's no problem. So,
Yeah, that's crazy.
but yeah, so that was my experience. Nothing too crazy, but it just kind of, particularly the second one, kind of rattled me a bit. You know, I was thinking, I actually sent you an email overnight about it, so you can chuck that email in the bin now. You don't have to worry about it. But yeah, it's just first time anything has happened to me that was been kind of weird, but I suppose it was weird enough to get in contact with you.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I appreciate you calling in, man, and thanks for always being a loyal listener, being in the chat.
It's okay.
You've been with us
It's
for a
okay, I love
long
the show.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What
love
time
the
is it
show.
over there? And I'll
It's
show you're 15 hours, I think, ahead of us here.
Yeah,
in Central Time.
it's 3:15 p.m. on Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, because I know that when I recorded with Paul Wallace, we ended up losing an hour because I was late.
Yeah,
I thought it was
yeah.
14 hours. It was 15.
yeah. So,
All right. Well, I
thanks very much,
appreciate you
guys. Thanks
calling
for having
in.
me on. Yeah,
Yeah,
no
man.
problem. Great.
Yeah.
All right, cool. I'll go back to the live. Thanks, mate.
Yeah.
See ya.
See ya.
Appreciate
Okay,
you.
Bye.
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 So let me talk to Francis real quick. Hey, Francis, and then Shadow will get to you. Look, Francis, you have Dogman stories, right?
I do. I have Dogman stories and I have warfare dreams. So
Okay. I have a question for you because
Mhm.
I need to record. And I
Okay.
need to do some recording, and I had just told the other two guys that I would like to record. And yours, I definitely would like to. I got an interview with somebody I got to do on Monday.
Okay.
How much information do you think you have?
Well, it's 3 encounters, 3 different types of dog men.
See, that's what I'm really, because I get them all the time, but you were wanting to come on and tell them on the show. So we got to find a time for you, because we're not going to have enough time tonight, because you were so far back in the queue. But you had called in last week.
Yeah.
I tell you what, why don't we do this? How about tomorrow night you come on? We'll start the show off with you, and if it goes through the time or whatever, I can always tell the Dogman stories I have. I'll tell them next Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Can you do tomorrow? Can you do tomorrow night?
I would have to talk to my babysitter.
Oh, you got a babysitter.
I got a babysitter tonight, so I wouldn't be interrupted. So, but I can. I mean,
well, how about this then? How about this? Do you have another time where we can record?
I can try tomorrow night. If that doesn't,
let me ask you this: how much is your babysitter?
She's my oldest daughter.
Okay, because if you have to pay her, we'll actually pay her from the donation tonight.
I don't. I think she'll probably pass on that.
Really?
Knowing her, yeah, because she's a pretty good girl.
She's a good kid. Well, then take advantage of it. Make her do it. Say, look, you know what? Just do it. You're going to do it. I gave birth to you. Put the guilt trip on her that my mother used to do to me. I brought you into this world, and it wasn't easy. It was not easy, and you have not been an easy person to have to provide for.
Well, for most moms, that's just a threat. I feel like my mom was going to make that serious.
Your mom said she hated you.
Dude, my mom was ready to
right in
take me
front
out.
of us, dude. She's like,
ready
I'll
to
kill you.
try
I
again
was like,
for another son.
Dude, I saw the look on your mom's face when she straight up told you, "I kill you."
and she's like waving a house shoe.
She had
It
that
was
that 1,000-yard stare.
yeah.
Like, oh,
We've
she's
seen
gonna
it because
do
we have Mexican moms, and the Vietnamese moms are right up there with them.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Mom's crazy.
My mom, one time, she pinched me like so hard in the store. Like she pulled me out of the store by a pinch. And I was a skinny kid at that time. So I don't know how she found the skin to do it, but she did. And my skin was stretched out. I was like plastic, man, after that. He was like, you want to make me look stupid? Because, Mexican mom, she had this thing where most of the people in that town we lived in were white. So I honestly think she wanted to not be embarrassed in front of the white people. Like she wanted to look like, hey, we're not savages.
Yeah, she's like, these are my coworkers. I gotta,
They're like, oh, look, it's the Mexicans, kid. That's how they are.
The Mexicans are at it again. Gotta keep an eye on these Browns.
I can definitely ask her. What time? Tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night, come on about 7:30.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
Because I don't have a whole lot going on tomorrow. I'm just going to try and get some dang sleep. Tonight, I got to run the patrol for a couple of hours.
Okay.
We got somebody over there doing it right now. And then I will go to the gym, and then I'm going home and going to sleep. I am exhausted. I have been running ragged. Long day today. I had to meet with the mortgage broker, and then I had to meet with another person, and it was fun. We had fun talking. But we were given a very unique business opportunity.
Oh, that's wonderful.
So I was like, that's cool. And then I found out that my guy that was going to do my cologne line has retired because, get this, he won the lottery.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, not here, but in where he's from.
Yeah.
Like he went into a store and he bought a ticket, like they have here.
Yeah, like that's.
So he won the equivalent of I think $1.3 million.
Oh, good for him.
So
Awesome.
I was like, wow. I said, hey, do you want to invest in a YouTube show?
Yeah.
So that may take a weird turn because the guy was like, hey, your buddy, he doesn't sell the colognes anymore. He's won the lottery. And I was like, what? And he says, yeah. So I'm waiting to hear back from him. I said, I have a board game I need to finish up, and I have here's a list of things I need.
Ventures.
Yes. Like when my uncle sells the farm, I'm going to be like, here's a list of things I need you to invest in. The good thing, though, is that you'll make money from it, but he's probably going to be like, I don't need that. I'm a millionaire. What do I need that 100,000 for? Like Eddie Murphy said with Johnny Carson's wife, oh, I made $175 at the beauty salon today. Put it with the rest. Now we have $30 million and $175.
Well, I could definitely try calling at 7, or try to get in there at that time tomorrow. So
Yeah, and here's the thing, because I saw you in the queue, and I know you were and the show is like, but I want to make sure that everybody gets in. If you can't, then maybe next Sunday, and I will make it a point to put you on first. All right. But if
Okay.
you can come on tomorrow night, that would be great, because I have something set up for Sunday.
Mhm.
Or maybe we could do Tuesday. We could just do the show with you.
Tuesday would be difficult
Okay.
for me. Yes.
What about
Um,
recording?
we could do that. Yeah.
Because there's a
There's
lot of recordings I need to do, pre-records.
Yeah, I also have things to share too about uh dealing with curses and voodoo as well. And so I have that too that I can share. And I know some people are sensitive, so I'm not 100% exactly sure what I can say. So
Well, that would definitely be something we should probably record, because then if it's something, we can take it out.
okay.
Yeah.
So that would be something. If you can't come on tomorrow night, let's find a time. Do you have my email address?
Yes.
Down there at the
Yeah,
bottom?
I did send you an email.
Okay, what is your? I'm going to look and see if I got it. You have a certain.
Is your name on your email the same as your name here on the
Yes.
stream?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I must have gone to junk because I don't see it.
It's under here.
Let me see.
It's under 3 Dogman encounters.
Okay, all right. I'll find it. It might have gone to junk because we have I get so many.
I can resend it.
Yeah, if you could, maybe you can resend it, and we'll. Because I don't. Do you know what day that would have been?
It was the day that it was right after I spoke to you last weekend. I think it was.
Okay, let me look at the date from last weekend. Okay, that would have been the 23rd. Okay, I was just scrolling through. That was only one. I'm still on one day here. It's like a lot of stuff here.
And you sent it to Josh Turner at prtpodcast.com, right?
Yep. Yes, I did.
Let's see if I can. Ooh, another spider story. Scrolling through, you're like, wow, what's? Yeah, it's not on here. I'm at the 23rd now, and it's not.
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind resending it.
But this is on the phone, though. It's much easier to do it on the computer. I mean, it's like the phone just doesn't seem like it does it. It's not as good. Why is it doing this?
Yeah, I can't find it either.
Did you go to the junk?
Yep. Let's see.
Because I don't want to miss it, and I feel bad because you were on last. And there's a lot of people that send stories in. There's a lot. So, I mean, I can't.
Right.
But I definitely don't want to, because you were here last weekend, and I want to get to you.
Okay.
But if I didn't have to go, I would be like totally okay with, but I have to go do work. See, folks, that's why we need you guys to send us all of your
life savings,
hard-earned, your life savings, so we can not have to work and we can just entertain you. You'll be broke and living in your car, but hey, you will have hours and hours of entertainment. That is the whole. It's
what matters.
Pretty sweet deal.
Pretty sweet deal.
I'll tell you what.
With us, we will only take up room in your head. Aleph says that Alan. I guess that's Chato right there. Hey Chato, hang on 1 second, man. Okay.
Yes, sir. Gotcha.
Okay, and so we got to record. See if you can do it tomorrow, okay? And if your
Okay.
daughter, if she can, and I'm even willing to, because I want you to be able to tell your stories or whatever. But when it
Mhm.
comes to the voodoo stuff, like you said, there might be something.
Mhm.
Maybe we will have to record because we won't be able to maybe tell that part or whatever. So, but I would
Mhm.
love to be able to record with you.
Okay. I will, as soon as I get off here with you, I will go back into the email and resend it.
Yeah, please.
Mhm.
And then we can correspond and maybe set something up and we can find a time that's suitable for both of us. Okay. Because you talk well. You know, that's another thing too. Some people you're willing to talk and that's good because some people, you know, you want them to come on and tell, but they don't talk well or they're real nervous or whatever. You sound like you're pretty you got it together. So that's good.
Well, I've had some time to work things out.
Yeah, because I've tried. I've had one lady, and she, bless her heart, I mean, I'm being serious. She tried to record with us, and Anthony knows, well, at least 4 times,
Yeah.
Mhm.
and she's got some
I
really good
remember.
stuff. And so she just couldn't do it. It was too much, and so she just had to type it all out, and so we're gonna have to just tell it. But it's one of those things when you have a whole lot of stuff, it's better for the person just to come on and tell it.
Right. And I also have angel encounters in my dreams as well.
Mm.
So, maybe you guys can help me figure out what kind of, I don't know, phylum they're from, or, they're angels are not what everybody thinks they are.
Yeah, I know. Believe me, I had somebody describing one the other day, and the eyes
Mhm.
of this being were in its back of its wings.
Mm-hmm.
The way they're
It
Yeah.
was
described,
so
the
bizarre.
way they're
The way
described in scripture is enough to tell you,
it
like,
is not.
yeah,
It's
they're quite
scary.
terrifying.
It's
Yeah.
terrifying. I mean, their countenance, whatever. It's just a terrifying thing. Yeah.
Mhm.
So let's try to plan for that. I don't want to lose
Yeah.
you. There are a lot of other people who send stories or whatever, but you were trying to get on and talk on the show, and I
Mhm.
felt bad because of last week. So I want to make sure that you get accommodated.
Okay.
Yeah, and if
Yeah.
you wouldn't mind, just going back and double checking and make sure that maybe you didn't put a typo in the email address, because
Yeah.
I'm not finding it anywhere either.
Yeah. I'll definitely go back and look. I mean, that's very much possible. So, all right. Well,
Yeah.
you all have a great night, and
Yeah,
I
and I'm
will
so
send you
sorry
that.
that we're
Have a nice
running out
night,
of time
Francis.
here.
No, not a problem.
Yeah,
Not a problem.
I really am.
I got a night off.
Yeah,
Mhm.
and then you didn't get to tell your story. But please don't folks don't give up because we want to get as many people in to tell their stories, and we want to retell people's stories. And I always say this: everybody has a story.
Mhm.
Everybody. It's just on how you tell it. I
Absolutely.
mean, I've had people tell me a horrific vampire, dogman, Bigfoot, ghost story, and it's not that they themselves weren't even doing themselves justice with the way they were telling it because it was terrifying
Mhm.
because they're shook up, when they tell it.
Yeah.
But you seem to be you're pretty put together. That's good. So we'll talk again for sure.
Okay. Sounds great. You guys have a great night.
And thank you for being a
Have a good
listener,
night,
Francis.
Francis.
Yes.
Please re-email me.
I will. As
Okay.
soon as I get off the phone here, I will.
Thank you.
Okay. Yep.
See you
Bye.
again tomorrow.
All right.
All right.
Bye. So Chato, as you heard me talking to her, we're going to have to run because if it wasn't for work and it's a Saturday night, I wish we had more time. But
Yeah.
I was so tired, I couldn't. My wife let me sleep
Yes,
20,
sir.
30
I
minutes
follow your show
before.
very closely and understand that you're under
Yeah.
attack constantly and you're always tired.
No, man. But how long is your encounter? What do you have?
It's not very long, so let me tell you this one story.
Okay,
Well,
go ahead.
kind of
Tell it.
nervous, so
Okay.
yeah.
Well,
First
don't be
of all,
nervous. We're only sitting here
yeah.
in judgment of you. Don't worry.
All right, so this one was kind of freaky, all right? So talking about like like the fog of war and everything. I was in the 82nd Airborne Division
I
for
know what
6
fog of
years.
war is.
But when I was a private, when I first got now it's called Fort Liberty, but to me it will always be Fort Bragg.
Yeah.
When I first got to Fort Bragg, I remember I was a private there, and I mean, since I was a child, I've kind of always had like a rough upbringing, you know. My father wasn't exactly the perfect father. He was a Freemason.
Mm.
So you know how deep that stuff goes. Like they,
Mhm.
yeah, all the ritualistic abuse and how they feed off of the energy. Anyway, he was in the Navy, and like my grandfather was one of the first paratroopers in the. He was in 11th Airborne. When I was in 82nd, man, I remember I was a private. You know, I was really excited because I was at my first unit, and I was like, finally, I get to do something. At the time I was there, I was like waiting to go to like the Special Forces selection course, and yeah, like my friend invited me to a party, and he's all like, "Hey, man, this one unit just came back from deployment, you know, so they're gonna throw a party. I think we should all go over there." And at the time, I didn't think anything of it, and I was like, "Sure, yeah, dude, let's go." And we went to this party. It was like right outside the Yadkin Gate. Anybody who's listening, who's military, knows where that is. And so we go to this party, you know, and we're playing this one drinking game. They have a bunch of different types of liquor, and like you shoot the dice, and whatever it is, like the first dice is like you go to the left and it picks the bottle, and then the dice on the right selects how much it picks, how many seconds you're gonna drink out of it. Anyway, like I know this is kind of weird, but it shouldn't really affect it that much. Well, I mean, yeah, I was under. For me, it was a bottle of absinthe. This unit had just came back in from overseas, so they picked up a bottle of absinthe in Germany.
Uso, probably.
And yeah, dude, I had a few swigs. You know, I drank it for 8 seconds. I remember,
Mm.
and I
So
was
the
just
Green
there. I was
Fairy
just
was after
partying,
you at
and
that point, right?
yeah, just out of nowhere, man. Like I looked at this one guy, and like he was talking to me, and he had fangs. And then I was there with two friends, and yeah, like I started like yeah, man, it's just really weird, man, because you know how you guys have been through. Anybody who's been through these types of encounters, it's pretty traumatic, you know. So like, yeah, I started like going around looking at everybody, and I was looking at everybody that was there at the party, and they all had fangs,
Mm.
and everybody was like laughing at me, and everybody just started like pushing me and pushing me, and I was just like trying to like find out what was going on. After that, I finally felt like I was in danger, so I tried to leave the building. And when I did, I went outside, and my friend, the one that invited me there, he like, I don't know, he came out of nowhere and just grabbed me from behind, and he's all like, "Alan, what's wrong? Like, just tell me what's wrong." And I was like, "Hey, well, I don't know, man. I don't know how to say this. Just let me go, dude. Just let me go." And he's just like, "I'm not gonna let you go until you tell me what's wrong." And I was like, "I think you know what's wrong." And when he let me go and I looked at him, he smiled, and he had like bangs, bro. I was like, "No way." So after that, I jumped the fence, like back onto the base, and I started running. I didn't really know where I was because, you know, I was a brand new private there at the base. So I started running through, like, I just jumped on, I don't know how, but I breached the fence, dude. I jumped on the Fort Bragg and I started running. And I remember it was like a full moon, and I could see everything was pretty bright. And finally got to like an intersection on a road there inside the base. And there was some guy on a Jeep who just happened to pick me up. I'm trying to get a hold of my friend, my other friend, the one that was there, because I'm trying to warn him. And I couldn't get a hold of him. And then some guy just happened to drive by on a Jeep, and he picked me up. And it was really weird, man, because he kind of like knew, he was like very calm, but he kind of knew like where to pick me up, like where I was going to be. But like I didn't know at the time, like until I started talking to the guy, you know. So yeah, when I was in the Jeep, I was like, "Hey, man, like, where are we going?" He's like, we're going back to the party." And I was like, what party?" And I was like, just trying to like, I don't know how to, he connected, it kind of like connected, it clicked together, you know. He's like, "We're just gonna go back to the party, bro." And I was like, "Nah, like, just leave me right here." And he's all like, "What if I don't want to leave you right here?" And I was like, "Hey, man, like, just look at me." And I was like, "Hey, are you a vampire?" And he just like stared at me and smiled. And then yeah, like I saw the fangs and I was like, hey, just stop the Jeep right now. And I started praying and he let me out of the Jeep. Like,
Wow.
it's really weird. So yeah, like you know, like back at the time I didn't really think that any of this stuff was real, so I just chalked it up to it's just my mind playing tricks on me. So I just stayed there at the base, man, kept doing my own thing for a couple of years. Unfortunately, I didn't get picked up for selection that one time. I went again. I got picked up, and unfortunately, I couldn't finish the course because my son was born. So I was like, hey, family's more important than career.
Yeah.
And
You know, there's
yeah.
an interesting thing about Fort Bragg.
Yes, sir. But let me tell you, so they're at the 11th, you know, Cat McCall, where they train the special operations teams. My grandfather, that was his old stomping grounds where they brought up 11th Airborne. But let me tell you, Wolf, when I finally decided to call it quits, because there was just one thing about that place that kept repelling me. It didn't matter. Like after I got selected, whenever I went back to train there, like I would just get really sick, dude. Like a severe sinus infection. And it was just something there that would keep me from performing. But yeah, when I finally decided to like call it quits, I was like, hey, I can't finish this right now. I need to focus on my family and my marriage and my son. I was in the out processing barracks, right? So this shit goes really deep, man, and it ties in. So I would like to keep in touch with you guys, but
yeah,
my younger brother, he gave me a crucifix, and I bought a silver chain for it. He gave me a silver crucifix, and I bought a silver chain for it. And I damn, dude, nothing could keep me from taking that thing off. You know, I always had it on me. So when I was there the last night in the out processing barracks, I was laying in the bunk, and I could just hear like this voice, like a deep raspy voice, just like it was just saying like, take it off, like that. And then like it started heating up, like the whole necklace, especially like the crucifix part. It started heating up, and
wow,
it was just something kept telling me like that, like in a deep raspy voice, just take it off, like that. And I was just tossing and turning in my bed, bro, and I didn't take it off, you know, because I was like, I have a really bad feeling, like if I take this thing off, it's game over.
I was gonna say there's something interesting about Fort Bragg. There have been like 44 deaths since 2020. That's 44 people have died from Fort Bragg. Now, not all at Fort Bragg. There've been several have been killed at Fort Bragg.
Let me tell you, Wolf. Also, the
That's
unit
so
that I was
bizarre.
over here. So Fort Bragg is not that bad. Unfortunately, let me tell you. But over here,
well, Fort Hood, it definitely has a more violent demeanor.
Yeah, because of the airborne and special operation units. That's where they train.
Did you ever go to Fort Benning? That's where you do jump school.
Yeah, man, infantry, man, Blue Corps all the way. That's where I was trained.
Be really careful, wild dogs and snakes. They'll tell you that.
Oh
too.
man, like the wild hogs and the snakes.
Yeah, they're everywhere. You got to be real careful. They have like 6 different types of snakes that'll kill you there.
Yeah, they'll leave you alone for the most part, though. But yeah, out there on my second duty station over here, I saw more disciplinary issues in 2 weeks than the 6 years I was over there. And over here, like the unit that I was in was leading in suicide. The brigade was leading in suicide, like in the military, not just Army.
Wow.
Yeah, another one is Linwood. I know that Missouri, they call it Fort Lost in the Woods, Missouri.
Yeah,
it's a really bad place. A lot of people don't like it.
Northwest. What is it? 2nd Infantry Division.
Yeah, and Fort Bliss is another hellhole.
That's where I'm from, bro.
El Paso, right?
Yeah, we're fellow Texans.
Yeah, they sent me to a Scared Straight program there where you do
man, there's a lot of weird shit that happens
style
there.
boot camp. They try to make you act
All
right.
So like with this whole thing, do I have like 10 more minutes or 15?
Well, I tell you what, you know, El Paso is known for we've gotten vampire encounters there too. Yeah.
Let me tell you, dude, the story after I listened to the Vampire Confessions. All right, so yeah, like my whole life I've seen like ghostly apparitions in human form, but like after I listened to your show, that one episode was the first time that I saw something that wasn't human. And
I've had a lot of people tell me that they
yeah,
started,
man, it's you know what? It's God
kind of
calling his
wake up
people.
to it.
It's God calling his people forward because this stuff is real, and like the ones that experience it are like the ones that God wants them to see it, is what I think. So like last year in November, I got off work and like just I kicked my boots off. I was in the living room and something like a voice just told me spread my word like that. And I was like, well, the word has been rewritten so many times that the word is lost. I'm like, what's the word? Tell me what the word is and I'll spread it. And that was that, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And then like yeah, come January, man, I had like I feel like it was a heart attack or something, and a bunch of stuff happened after that. And
Stress
then
inducement.
I listened to your episode, and then yeah, bro, fucking, I'm sorry, cursed. I was out of town, bro, like in
It
Portales, New
happens, man.
Mexico, and I listened to your episode in my hotel room, and then I went outside to go smoke, but it was windy, so I leaned up against this metal door to kind of shield myself from the wind. And I'll send you the pictures, bro. It's this metal door, and you know, like it's not rust because when the door is rusty, you look at the bottom of the concrete and you can see like the rust run off, right?
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I leaned up against this gray metal door, and when I struck the lighter, I noticed some scratch marks on the door, and I was like, no way. And I took a step back, and when I took that first photo, all the scratch marks were inside my shadow, and then something in my head, like that you know, like that voice, it's like, hey, this is a warning. So I
Yeah.
took a step to the left, and then I took another photo, and then I put my hand up to the door and took 2 photos. But those are scratch marks, dude. And there's like blood inside of the scratch marks, and there's like a blood stain where it's very mysterious to me. It looks like somebody got slammed up against the door and slashed 3 times. And then I sent that picture to my partner, my homie, the guy that I'm working with, and he's like, "Hey man, where are you?" And I was like, "Hey, I'm just outside smoking." And he's like, "No, man, you need to come up here. We need to talk about these pictures." And I was like, "Nah, bro, like I'm cool." And he's like, "Nah, dude, just come up to my room. I want you to show me those pictures." And I went up there, and he's just like, "Hey, man, that's blood on those pictures." He's like, "Did you download those off the internet?" And I was like, "Nah, dude, I just took them. I just took these pictures outside." And he's just like, "You're lying to me." And I was like, "Bro, we can go downstairs right now, and I'll show you." And he's just like, "Nah, man, you know what? I'm good. I don't think we should go outside." And I was like, "You know what? That sounds like a great idea." And then just out of nowhere, just out of the corner of my eye, I see something like behind his bed. And when I look, it didn't just disappear, bro. It was still there. It looked like Dobby, the house elf from Harry Potter, but this thing was all sand colored, and its eyes were transparent, also sand colored, and had like black veins and like black pupil, like little pupils, and had a tiny little beak-like nose and like a round mouth with needle-like teeth.
It's crazy because people will see those. You know how people have closets under the stairs?
Yeah.
I've gotten at least half a dozen. And Tony, we talked about one of those.
But yeah, bro, like I looked at it,
crazy.
and then I looked back at
Hell is
my
that?
friend, and then we both looked at the corner, and then he asked me, "Are you scared?" And then, but I could tell like by the reaction on his face that he didn't see it, and I was like, but, and I looked, and he looked, and then like he's like, "What?" And we looked at each other, and then it didn't just disappear; it was still there. When I looked at it again, it vanished into like a green and brown smoke, and then it was just gone. And he's just like, "Are you okay?" I was like, "I think I'm gonna go back to my room now." And he's like, "I think that's a good idea. It's kind of late." So I went back to my room, bro, and then I was just trying to lay there in bed, and I was like, "What the fuck was that thing?" You know? So when I concentrated, like, concentrated, I was laying in bed trying to go to sleep, you know? And then this thing just popped up in my mind's eye, and like it showed me like itself more clearly, like how it actually looks. Yeah, me puse a rezar, bro. I just started praying, you know? And then
Yeah. Did it help?
I started hearing footsteps, And I was like, I was at a hotel, I was like, it's just the neighbors. And I was like, I was up on the 3rd floor, and then I started hearing footsteps above me, bro. And then I was like, it's just the people up on the 4th floor. And I was like, wait a minute, like that's it, dude. Like I'm on the top floor, like there's no 4th floor. And then so I turned the TV on, and it's on the Lifetime network, and it's playing a show with the female medium with the big hair.
I don't know.
And I can't change the channel, dude, but I can turn the volume up and down. But I can't change the channel. And then she's in channeling spirits and stuff on the TV.
Oh my god!
And I'm like, oh no! So I turn the TV off. I call the front desk. They come and they fix it. I change it to Comedy Central because I'm like a little bit tense. And it pops up to that one episode, the South Park episode, where Satan throws the Diddy party, and Butters he summons Biggie Smalls.
Oh yeah.
And they go to the party. So I turned the TV off, bro. I was like, and then the remote doesn't want to change channels again.
Unplug it.
So now I'm like, God is trying to send me messages that this stuff is just like, he's like, hey, look, dude. He's all like, and so I turned the TV off, and then again the footsteps up on the roof, and then I start hearing like consistent scratching noises. It wasn't just like it was like just like something constantly scratching, like on the roof. And I was like, somebody's got to be fucking with me, or it's my mind. And then I started hearing knocking on the wall outside. It was really windy that day too, like really windy. But I started hearing knocking on the wall outside and scratching, and I was like, all right, like that's God's definitely showing me that these things are real. And then I just put on the armor, started praying, and then because it's not the first time, man, that I've seen these things or heard anything strange. But that was the first time that I experienced something that was not human.
Well, I'll tell you what, because definitely, like I said, the vampire stories, I have a lot of them, and we're trying to figure out which ones we're going to put in the book. But at this point, we have enough for 2 books.
Next time I can call in and I'll tell you guys a story about, like, I was down in Mexico visiting my grandma. We used to go down there every summer, and I insulted the witches, and they fucking kept me up all night, bro.
A lot of bruja down there.
They kept me up all night. That was, I don't know, that primordial fear that just hits you. That's what it was, and it didn't matter how much I prayed or how hard I tried. I couldn't get it to go away. And then I closed my eyes and started praying, bro. And I started trying to imagine like a picture of like the Virgin Mary, like an image of her in my head. And then all of her hair fell off, and then she turned into one of like those Nosferatu looking creatures.
Yeah.
And smiled at me, and I was like, oh shit. But yeah.
Yeah, that's actually a thing too. People will say that they'll envision like a saint or an angel or God or Jesus or whatever, and it'll turn into something else. It corrupts
your own voice in your head when you're thinking of something. It gets like distorted and turned into like someone else's voice.
Yeah. It takes over like your own consciousness, kind of. Yeah. It doesn't take over your consciousness, but it's like fighting it.
Yeah.
Well, Chato, that was pretty amazing, and so seriously, hit me up on my email. It's Josh Turner, prtpodcast.com. Send me those vampire stories, and they might be in my book if you're willing to let me use them.
Yeah, I have a lot of stories, man. Some of them might be Rumble stories.
Well, we're definitely coming back to Rumble on Thursday. We'll be back on Thursday.
I already downloaded Rumble and follow you guys on there, but I stick to YouTube more because I'm always on the road on my job, and I always tune into you guys.
Well, we appreciate it.
Hey, Josh and Anthony and Mushu, God bless you guys.
And God bless you too. Thank you for sharing. Man.
Yeah, dude. Let's try to not let the enemy know how much they upset us.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean,
because they feed off of that shit, dude.
Yeah.
Even if you don't say their name, just mentioning like the event will be enough to trigger it because their roots run deep.
They do. There's a lot of shills out there too.
Yeah, we're gonna starve out all the parasites.
Yeah, we are.
Yep. Keep facing the light, and the parasites can't latch on.
Just shrivel up and die.
Yep.
All right, Chato, we're gonna let you run, man. We're gonna close out the show.
Yeah, man.
Thank you for those stories. Yeah, man. Come back next Saturday. All right.
All right, I got you guys.
All right, man. I'll see you. So that was Chato. It's interesting when he was talking about when he said Fort Bragg. I mean, there's been a lot of there was a serial killer on that base. It was a serial rapist. Can't remember his name off the top of my head. Something Gray. His last name was Gray. I must sound like I have a lot of information in my mind. So here's something interesting. Nellie looked up, what was it she said? There were so many different types of geniuses.
Yeah.
And
6
usually you
different
can, yeah, she said there was 4 or 6 or 9. There were different people were disagreeing about which. And I'm happy to say that she said that I fit the description of 6 different kinds. Or was it 6 or
Yeah.
something like that? I had to check the boxes off. But that memory is not necessarily tied to intelligence or IQ.
Mm-hmm.
And there is really only one type of what they consider to be someone that's a genius that has that particular ability. And I'm going to say something. I've never said this on the show, and it's because I get trolled enough already as it is. And some dickhead will take this and take it and turn it into a whatever, a soundbite.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm just being honest with you. I'm telling you the truth. And Anthony and Tony already know this because my mother has said this before. Of course, she's deceased. But when I was in one of the places I was in, they looked at my brain in 1991. And now at that time, there were only 8 of those machines in the entire world. And it was like they could do this imaging where they look at your brain slice by slice, and they found this bruise on my right temporal lobe. And then they told my parents that there were only like one in like either it was like 10 or 20 million people who had my, like ability mentally for memorization and all these other cognitive skills that you whatever. And they told them all this stuff. Yeah, Ronald Gray. There you go, Lolo. And so it was funny because when they drugged me out of my room to take my IQ test, I scored like 100 or something because I was like my head down, trying to go back to sleep. And I just remember this big, fat dude who looked like a furry hamster was sitting there asking me all these questions, and he was so annoying and so. Like his voice was like nails on a chalkboard. So I just told him whatever, just answered whatever. Kind of half-assed it, and they said, wow, this guy's really dumb. His IQ is basic, So I think that they underestimated me because I ended up signing myself out of there when the doctor was up in Aspen skiing, and I got out. But that's a gamble because if they can also get you court-ordered in there. Back then, there were no cell phones.
Mm-hmm.
So I waited until his vacation, and I signed myself out with my mother's help. I got out of there, and I never went back to any of those places. I don't know if that was the right choice at the time. I probably did need some help, because I had a lot of anger problems. And it's by the grace of God that I didn't go to jail for all the other anger problem issues I had, whatever. But it's nothing like that now. My life is completely different, and people can say what they want. They're welcome to go and make videos or go to Twitter, or what is the retarded cousin of Twitter?
Reddit. Butthole of the internet.
Yeah. Somebody was not calling it Reddit. They were calling it. Oh gosh, somebody was telling me it's not called. They called it something else. A funny name for it, not Reddit, but
I don't know. It's just a place where fat
it's just
soy boys,
yeah,
feminine
to
dudes
vent themselves
congregate.
or whatever, and lie about people that they are angry with or whatever. What I don't understand is people having that much time and energy to go and sit there and talk about one person. It's like I couldn't get into
Mm-hmm.
and then somebody accused me of taking stories from Reddit and putting them in my book, and I'm like, I didn't need to do that at all. That was so stupid. But so anyway, these people, they're going to do whatever they're going to say and do. But I know the truth. I know who I am. I know what I am, and I know what my abilities are. And I know that Anthony, you and Tony are way above average intelligence. So is Nellie. So is my brother, and so we all work together, and they can say and do whatever they makes their choo-choo run. It's not going to hurt us. It's not going to stop us, and they can make up whatever bull crap. They can say whatever they believe their truths are. Okay, I'm going to say this: they're a bunch of liars, because anybody who invests that much into hating someone is obviously not normal. They're evil.
Well, that's what's so great about these call-in shows is that, I mean, y'all all saw it right here. We don't need to make anything up. And we don't need to go anywhere on the internet and copy and paste stories and
No.
retell them. Like, you heard the stories firsthand right here, and you heard it again last Saturday, and you're going to hear more next Saturday, and
Yeah.
the Saturday after that, and the Saturday after that, and the Saturday after that, and we're not going to stop.
That's
So I tell you that we don't stop.
And that's just a fraction of all the stories we get.
Oh yeah, I mean, because
Damn,
once
we're
we start, once like T.O., I love me some me.
Yeah.
No, when you when you do what you're supposed to do, the cream rises to the top. The proof is in the pudding. You don't have to make up any crap. You don't have to use AI to make up stories or whatever the hell it is they do. People have encounters. People have stories to tell, and we get a lot of them, and we've become known for that. Now, what's funny to me is there's these big channels with these humongous, and I'm not talking about just one guy. We know there's one that does it, but I'm talking about there's a lot of them. And you'll go on there and you'll be like, this channel's been around for 1 year and they have 330,000, whatever. Now, you got guys like Nanokio over there at What Lurks Beneath.
Mhm.
Like, he's got a lot of real numbers because that dude has been at it for a while.
Yeah.
And he's real...
extremely
extremely
analytical with how to grow a
he's
channel.
anal retentive when it comes to those algorithms and the
Mhm.
numbers. And he was showing me what he does. He was showing me and Garitano at the conference, and he was laying it out there. But when you look at most of these other people, they're not doing what he does.
Yeah,
they're just faking the funk. And then, but when the push comes to shove, our listeners outnumber theirs, real listeners. Because I hazard to guess they're probably actually maybe about the same size as us or even smaller.
Oh, yeah.
But they have these bloated numbers that look like they're blowing everybody out of the water, and it's not. And then everybody runs over there and says, oh, they're really doing something. They got, no, dude. They do not have more stories than we do, because I know one of these channels recruited some of our friends to write stories for them. And I'm like, wait, what? How does that work? Somebody's writing stories for you? And they were like, yeah, man. They tried to get us to write. BMR was one of them. And they tried to get them to write stories for them. Barton, too. And there were a few others that came to me, and they're like, who the hell is this? Why are they this guy trying to get me to write? So what are these? Are you writing up some bullshit? Or what? How does that work?
Yeah.
Because you ain't going to find nobody writing up shit for us. I mean, these people send us stories. Now, I have been accused the last couple of months of someone. This is a funny one here, and I'll leave you with this one. This guy comes at me. He was ballistic. He says, you effed my story up. You did not tell it worth a crap. I don't know what you did. Why did you do this? And blah, blah, blah. And I'm like listening to this guy rant on there. And it was a voice clip that he sent my messenger. This guy was a friend of mine on Facebook till he did that shit. And I'm like, who in the hell is this guy? So I messaged him back. His name, I'm just going to call him M. And I messaged M back and I said, who the F are you talking to? Like, I said, what I've never heard this story in my life. Then about a week goes by and I didn't block him. I just unfriended him, and he messaged me and he says, my apologies. I didn't send you the story. That was to another person.
Wow.
Cussed me out, called me a fat, greasy piece of shit, which I'm like, I don't think I'm greasy. I mean, what the hell? And so he said all these things, and then profusely apologized. And he says, I was checking out your show and I realized you're not the right guy. I said, well, whoever the hell you told your story.
Jeez.
I apologize for that. That person, I'm sorry that I don't want you to think that podcasters, YouTubers are all piece of crap people. The guy he was looking for was like Brandon, or I don't know who the hell he was talking about. I said, I don't know who you're talking about, dude. I don't know what they messed you up or whatever. I don't know. I don't know who he was referring to. And I just said, look, I don't care. And I blocked him,
Yeah.
Because
Because, I mean, if someone's that unstable, like
Yeah.
emotionally unstable, it's
Mhm.
like, I'm not wasting my time with you. I don't want to be around you.
Now I'm going to say something else. There is a person who I think he still watches the show, and he did the same thing to me, cussed me out, said all kinds of horrible, horrible things. And then he apologized to me, and he sent me a long apology. And I'm not going to say his name and then put him on blast. But he admitted that he is an alcoholic.
Mhm.
And he said he has been struggling with it. And when he drinks, he becomes another person. And he sounds very, very remorseful. I will say this. Yes, he said that if you don't ever want to talk to me again, I understand. You don't ever want to communicate with me. I understand, because he was going to give me his encounter. If you're listening out there, okay, yes, you're correct. I will not correspond with you, because I'm not going to correspond with somebody who dumps that kind of negativity on me. I have enough going on in my life. I don't need that. But I will pray for you, and I do pray for you, and I'm sorry that you're going through what you're going through, and I hope you do beat your affliction. Alcoholism is a disease of the mind, and it affects the body. And I hope that he gets help. I really do. I really hope that you get help. And I think when you're not drinking, you seem to be a stable, kind-hearted individual, but you flip a switch.
Mhm.
And then there's another guy from the UK who did something similar. He lied to me and Nellie, and he cried and said all these things, and then it wasn't real what he said. He said that his children were deceased, and his ex-wife, said, no, that's not true. I'm sorry that he told you that and told us lies. It really hurt Nellie. And no, I'm never going to speak to these people again, but I'm not a cruel-hearted person. I hope you get help. Because now you're in the public eye. And there are people who are going to come and go, and they're going to be nasty and mean and snarky, and they want more of you than you're willing to give, or that you're able to give.
Mhm.
And somebody says here, a man fake crying while lying. And I think he may have been really crying. It was probably some sort of deep-seated pain. And I've cried up here,
Mhm.
and they love to make fun of me on that stupid whatever that what it is we're talking about earlier. I don't give a crap. One of them messaged me one day, some fake account, whatever, Corncob Jones or some bull crap from the Oklahoma clan,
Mhm.
and they're like, "Don't you feel stupid for crying?" I was like, "No, I don't feel stupid for crying. I'm a human being.
Yeah.
I have emotions, and sometimes my emotions are on display. I don't cry crocodile tears. I'm not fake. And the things that I said were real and are true. And these people can twist and turn and say, this is our truth. Well, that's your truth. It's fake as shit, just like you are. And you can believe what you want. It doesn't, till your eyes bleed, doesn't make it true. There, like I said about Tony, I could give him $1. He can go and get a jug of milk. And then, with his own credit card, and then say, well, he didn't pay for it. I did, but I still gave him the $1, didn't I?
Mhm.
That's how that works. You can give somebody cash, and then they can use a credit card to pay for something, and then turn around and say you didn't pay for it. That's how it works, because people lie. And people are shitheads, and they will twist and they will turn and they will slip out of any noose that they get put into by anybody. And they'll be butthurt, infinitely butthurt, because they can't control you and the narrative they wish to spin. Now, there have been several individuals that have been doing that as of late, trying, and now apparently even cease and desist don't work. So I'm going to sue the shit out of you now. Because even if you want something to be true, it doesn't make it true. See? Now, you had your chance to just shut up and leave people alone. They can't do that.
Yeah.
And that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate because PRT ain't going nowhere. And then they said, well, we could sue you. Please do. I'd love to depose that
Yeah.
because I would love nothing more
Good luck with all
than to
that.
see you in court. And let's see you put your fat, pudgy little hand on a Bible and tell the truth. Of course, they don't believe in the Bible. They pretend they do, but they really don't. And let's see you do, and then we'll drop the truth. Drop it, you know. Because you can take things and take them out of context and twist it any way you want. You know? And be mad because somebody doesn't want to hate you along with them. And that's what happens.
Mm-hmm.
And when people don't want to go along with your giant temper tantrum, well, we'll see what happens. But I promise you that every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, we're going to have a bunch of people in these chats. Tomorrow, we'll have over 500 people in the chat. You watch. They don't give a shit what you have to say. It's irrelevant. What does that have to do with the price of rice in China? When I sit up here and I retell people's encounters, or they come on and they tell the encounters, who gives a flippin' F what you have to say? Because the majority of people don't give a shit. They're not here for the drama. Save the drama for your mama. What they want,
Mm-hmm.
and we're not drama farmers because that hurts us. Up here, we do real work, so drama hurts us. We don't need drama to get views. They need it. I'm not you, dude. I don't need to go and make videos and make up shit about people and talk about this bullshit. What you need to do is, first of all, you know, hit a gym so you can do more than one pull down. And then you need to shut the F up, okay, and get ready to get sued because you had your chance. So what I need you to do right now, everybody, is just be here tomorrow night, show up like we always do, and let's do our show because it doesn't benefit us to give them any air. They live for it. We don't.
Yeah, we could just do these call-in shows every day, and never run out of material. The show will never end. I mean, it just because those are the people who listen. Those are our listeners. Those are the people who follow us. That's how much people feel like they belong in this with Paranormal Roundtable. It means something to them. It's a community that all y'all watching now, and all you watching with all y'all watching the recording, that y'all have helped build. It's a place where you belong, where no one's gonna judge you, where no one's gonna make you feel like you're crazy, and
these weren't even
people
planned.
can say that. Yeah,
you know, the UAP thing was just, it kind of ran its course. I talked to Chris James today, and he was like, it was fun while it lasted, you know.
Yeah.
He was a great co-host, and he's a good guy. I like Chris James a lot. Strange Things with Chris James, good guy. Rob Yox, great guy. All of the guys that help with the UAP project, it is what I thought it would be.
Yeah.
A very informative, a very point-making, you know, and a chance for everybody to get a handle on part of the nature of reality and of the unidentified, what I call alien presence, aerial phenomena, and anomalous phenomena. It stands for all of that for me. And so I want everybody to, you know, be able to be a part of what we're doing, who wants to be a part of it. There are people that don't ever, they don't like me at all. And that's fine. They watch the show. They watch every show. And these aren't the ones that run and go and say a bunch of crap afterwards. They just don't like me. And that's fine. I'm not everybody's cup of tea. He talks about how tough he is or whatever. I am a tough son of a bitch. I don't care what anybody says. And I have beat a lot of people's ass. That's just the truth. And I've done a lot of crazy things in my life. I've been all over the world and done a lot of stupid crap. But that's not what defines me or makes me me, because you are really a ball of light that big. That's what you are. This is just an animated flesh suit.
I think what defines you and makes you you is put on is like this show is an expose of that, like every night. or every night that we do it. It's that knowledge, that wisdom, that spirituality that you share with everyone watching. I mean, how many people have sent emails or messages or just right here in the live chat saying, I learned so much from this show, that this isn't a podcast that the wolf does it. This is a class. So someone called it a pod class. That was pretty clever. But it's acquiring wisdom and sharing it, just freely putting it out there. You know, you spent your whole life collecting this wisdom, all this knowledge, and you just here you go, here it is on a silver platter. It's yours. All this, I've done all the footwork. Here it is for you, no charge. Just take it, do what you want with it. That's a legacy.
And the truth is, we have been offered a lot of other things. We've been offered money. We've been offered TV. We've been offered a lot. I don't go on TV shows. I've been offered, I guess, 4 or 5 shows, and then I did say, hey, we will do the syndication because it'll be a Texas thing. We'll be on across the state, and then a little bit of the neighboring states, and that's coming up in October. We'll be on there, and that's, we'll have to do a special 1-hour show for that. That's not a problem. And it's not an ego thing either, because if we wanted to be an ego thing, I would be driving toward money and trying to get things, and let's do all these TV spots that we've been offered. And we don't do it.
Or let's endorse all these products that are subpar that we wouldn't even use.
Like the beard oil.
Yeah. Like we would be shilling all this crap that's just like made in China garbage.
We got offered
for the money.
What about the video game that sucked? We could have done the key or whatever it was. I mean, there was all this stuff that we were thrown our way, and then the latest was not the latest. Actually, there was something after that, but it was a show. They wanted me to audition to go be the host or whatever. We travel, and I'm the history buff or something like that. And not taking anything away from them, but that would take me away from you guys, from my audience. And I said, I can't do that.
And you'd be on someone else that would have a final cut of that.
Yeah,
and
it's not for me.
You wouldn't have control over
my thing, man. But people can say what they want. It's a free country for now, to free speech at least. I'm not going to cancel your free speech, but when I ask you to stop saying evil things about me that are lies, then you just can't do it. So then you find you're so determined to lie and say something bad that you have to twist and turn that snowball into something else, and then say, well, it's not a lie, so I can say it. You can try, but at the end, it still is a twisted lie. Is what it is. And lawyers will pick it apart. Believe me, you just couldn't help yourselves. They have to do what they have to do. A snake has to eat like a snake. That's what
feeding for them lies.
They cannot
like
stop.
A crackhead.
And we haven't been saying anything.
No, we've been doing this.
And we're not going to. I'm just going to turn over the attorneys, let them pick it apart, let them figure it out, and they can sue the shit out of these people. All we're going to do is do our show. That's it. We're not going to talk about people. And that's it. I mean, we don't get any benefit from this feuding bullshit.
Area trans, keep feeding the lawyers dinner.
And in fact, our lawyer right next door is our friend.
Yeah,
he's our
nice
friend.
guy.
He's a nice guy, and he's actually helping work on our real estate investment. He helped us sue our apartment complex. He's a pretty good lawyer. So, I mean, he's going to figure it out, and we'll see where we go. I didn't want this, and I'm sure he's happy to get paid to do it. And we do have a legal fund that's been set up because we've been using our donation money to put into a legal fund. So, you know what? It's all going to go in there. It's unfortunate because I wanted to do other things with it, like maybe take a trip and do some investigating and do some other things. But no, we got to do it. We got to use it for that. But that's what you wanted. So I planned ahead, and I knew these people they wouldn't be able to shut up their effing mouths. So now we're going to use it. And thank God we did. We kept it. So anyway, that's it. That's what we got going on. Mara Black says 333 in the chat. Yeah, that's what, 1 a.m., 1:16, right?
Sure.
And Joyce says, thanks, Wolf. Thank you, Joyce. Thank you for being here. Thank you for listening. Otherwise, I'm just sitting here doing whatever. those of you that I talk to, I do want to record, and it's actually a good thing because we have been wanting to record with a lot of different people, and now it's kind of coming to the forefront. We got to get it done. We have to do it. And so we're going to be releasing another episode on Tuesday. We're going to have an interview on Monday. A guy has a lot of Dogman information. Tomorrow night's going to be Dogman one way or the other. Either I'm going to retell people's encounters, or I'm going to have Frances come on and tell her stories. And I meant what I said. I'll take the donation and give it to her to give to her babysitter. Because I feel bad leaving somebody out, because she was way back in the back of the line of the queue.
Yeah.
Rumble coming this Thursday. We're going to do it. Okay. And we're not, like I said, we're not making much money. I mean, it's not even a matter. And, people always lie and say that we're up here crying about making money or doing whatever. That's not even an issue. If that was the case, I'd put this behind a paywall.
Sure. Don't put anything behind a paywall.
We could make a lot of money, put it behind a paywall.
Even the Patreon members don't get any special content. That they get merchandise.
They get merchandise, and you will tomorrow if you become a member, whatever. And, okay, just to make how much is it to become a member? Because I don't think I know exactly.
Oh, so for the members, the membership, there's some confusion. So the Patreon and the membership are two different things. The Patreon the membership is on YouTube. That's just $5 a month. And what you get with that is like if you notice in the live chat, some people's names are green. That means they're members, and they'll have like a little emoji of the different logos next to their name. Same thing. That means they're a member. And on Sundays, whenever we do the giveaways, the members are eligible for being picked. So it's a $5 a month thing. It's a way to support us on YouTube. It's the cheapest option, and just consider it like an entry for giveaways, And we prioritize members who haven't won, but at some point, all the members may have won already, and either way,
we'll just give them more
stuff. Yeah. I mean, we'll just pick from whoever at that point. But the point is, if you want to be eligible for a giveaway, that's what the membership is for. So it helps us, and you might get free stuff out of it.
Yeah.
And if you want free stuff for sure, that's what Patreon is for.
Yeah, Patreon will give you a guarantee.
Yeah.
So it is $5.
Yeah, $5 a month for membership,
or is it $5?
It's just $5.
$5.
I mean, either way, $4.99.
I really didn't know what it was. I just know that if you do it, we give you something.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, then. Two Shadows says babysitting fund. There you go. So if she needs a babysitter, we got her covered. But that's it. That's pretty much it, man. All right. So thank you to everybody who gave us their stories. Vampire story, the Dogman story, the werewolf story, whatever you got. I mean, alien abduction, ghosts, sleep paralysis, shadow people. Thank you. Whatever, because you're bearing your soul to us, and we appreciate you coming on here. It is a form of entertainment, but remember, these are stories of people that these things happen to these people.
These are people's lives, real human beings.
Yeah, and some of them have a lot to say, like Francis. So, and then Sean. Dude, there's some names that, like, if you're named that, you're gonna have a lot of. I don't know how many people named Sean have told us that they've had Bigfoot, Dogman, shadow people, all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, there's power in a name.
It's very weird. Like Coleman said, the name game. All right, folks, thank you for tuning in. We'll be here again tomorrow night, and then we're gonna do the interview on Monday, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then Tuesday you'll have at least an hour episode, right? And so it'll be rocking and rolling. It'll be PRT just coming at you. Thursday is July 4th. And Thursday, I'm going to do a Rumble episode. If you guys want a July 4th evening Rumble episode. If you don't think you'll make it, enough people tell me, hey, I'm probably not going to do it because I'm going to be blowing shit up with my family, my kids, or my parents, or whatever, then maybe we won't do it. But then again, we might just do it. We might just, have to do it live. I still haven't decided what we're going to do. We might do something. Who knows?
Yeah.
Maybe we could talk to my cousins and we could do a live from there. That definitely, and we have not forgotten. We are still going to try and do some going out and doing some investigations or whatever. But the problem in Texas is it is full of snakes, and so we go out into the whatever. You got to be real careful just walking around by the brush anywhere because there's snakes everywhere. But we still do want to do it. We're going to get some equipment and we're going to do it. But we have a lot of things to pay for right now, a lot. And so not the least of which is to get into a house. So it looks like today we were told that it's probably going to happen the way that we had wanted. Not best case scenario, but it wasn't worst case scenario either. They've accepted the offer that we wanted to give. Well, it was not exactly what we wanted, but we're close enough.
Yeah, all things in God's time, by God's will.
That's always the best when you meet in the middle.
We meet in the middle. And then everybody's happy, you know? So, and hell, I got a hell of a deal on that truck.
Yeah.
It was just, it was amazing. You know what happened was they listed the mileage wrong by 18,000 miles.
It's a good thing we turned that first one down too.
Yeah, when we turned another one down and it just wasn't the right feeling. And then we went and then we will miss Serenity. That's what Nellie named her old car. But, you know, she's got another vehicle now that she loves, and I got what I wanted, and it really didn't cost us. Now the payment is actually a little bit lower. It just worked out like it was pretty incredible. God does some incredible things. But didn't I say, though? I said, I believe it's going to happen tomorrow. I said that, didn't I?
Mm-hmm.
And it did. I said, it's going to happen, and it did. And, you know, and sometimes you just got to claim things in Jesus' name and just let it happen. But sometimes things don't work out, and then you're going, why? Why did it not work out? And then something better comes along, and that's happened recently. Something that we wanted so much for so long, and it didn't work out, and then we found something better.
Yeah.
And then it's like, wow, a whole nother door opened up because God's like, just wait. And you're like, but you're so impatient, and then it's like, wait, and then it happens, and then, you know, it just does. It just does. All right. So anyways, folks, Joey says my car's name is Dean. All right. I'll see you guys. Thank you for those donations. Who was that? Let me go over here and check.
Oh, Kate Hunter donated
Kate
early
Hunter
in the show.
Donated. Please pray for her. She's got some serious health issues. Two Shadows, Smurfy, and Chris, of course, with the Hindu satanic cult installment payment. I keep telling him, man, he's like, you know, $5 a week is just, you're going to have to do a little quicker. Okay. Because you're way behind.
I mean, he's an Eagles fan. You got to give him a break, you know.
Give him a little bit of leeway, you know.
You can only expect so much from these people.
Yeah. What can you do? All right. So, all right, let's see here. All right, folks. Thank you for everybody who tuned in. We appreciate it. We love you, and good night. Let's play us off here with the music and the things.